did. All right, this. Okay, go to resources. Stop. Oops. 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 I don't even know what that does. All right. Okay, that went out. Oops. 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 Copy. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Edit. Sorry, I'm working on it. Select live sources. There we go. Where am I at? All right. What up, Space Coward? Space Coward? I noticed right away. Bam, bam, pin, top chat, live chat, close, open, yo, close. All right, bam, bam, bam. Okay, that should work now. This could go here. This can go there. Okay, let's close some of this stuff. This can go here. This can go back. This can go here.
I know how some extra money can change everything.
Thank you.
That's why I'll freeze your property taxes and slash the income tax in half.
Do it.
Get you a boatload of
Do it.
back.
Do it.
Run again. It's as simple as that.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44.
What is this crap?
There's never been such a...
Okay, pause. There we go. All right, where am I at? This goes over here. Okay. All right, let's see. Space Cowboy. Let's move this down here. Man, I got a bunch of messages, notifications too. Okay, boom, boom. I gotta edit all this up real quick too, because I have everything broken from before. Jesus freaking guy. This freaking guy. Those are all my subscribers. Yeah, I think I can show you this. Maybe I can't. Yeah, those are all my subscribers. You can see it. You're on Twitch, right? Yeah. Star Queen. All right, hold on one second. Bam, bam. Yeah, I dual stream Twitch, YouTube. Okay, let's get this done for you, Space Gal. There you go. Hold on, you can't see this freaking guy. Let's start over.
Part 17. Let's
17. Road trip to 10K. Dude, I don't know why people do this on freaking Instagram, dude. It's like, it's so, like, they don't pay anything. I mean, maybe he's just doing it for the likes. Do it. Do it.
Before we eat the deal, before we put up the Instagram, next, I got to go that line.
Eat all of it, dude. Look, he's got the same glasses as me, too. Every single time. Always the good people got the same glasses. All right, this guy gotta go away. Let's say boom, boom. Okay, there you go. They call her Star Queen, only 17. Chat overlay, boom, boom. Okay, all right, there we go. You know what I can probably do? I can probably do this too. Let's do this. Oh, it's wrong, rotated. There you go. Look at that. I made my bed. Made my bed. Almost got it. There we go. There we go. Okay. Did that go over to Discord? Let me see. All right. Okay. Bam, bam. Oops, wrong thing. Bam, bam. He's saying his misbelief casino makes it not official. Alright, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Okay, let's see. Who's Space Coward? Sauce Coward. All right. Let's see. I am a teacher. I teach here at 110th grade. Sanfei, you're not okay. You're logged in now. Okay. Okay. All right. There you go. All right. Don't screw it up, Sanfei. You got up on Minecraft. Don't screw it up. Malcolm in the Middle's coming out again. Supposedly Scrubs. Jeez. I'm a teacher. I teach here at 110th grade. Star Queen. Star Queen. Malcolm in the... Yeah, I can't believe he's doing that. Malcolm in the Middle reboot. April 10th. So 2 days. Life's Still Unfair is a 4-episode limited series. Hulu and Disney Plus. Original cast including Frankie Muniz, Bryan Cranston, centering on Malcolm returning for his parents' 40th anniversary. Wow, unbelievable, unbelievable. All right, let's see. Let us see. Okay, boom, boom, boom. I remember a long time ago, Frankie Muniz told everyone in an interview he doesn't even remember the show, and now all of a sudden he remembers the show. Right, it's when a big check comes in, they absolutely remember the show. Yeah, they don't, dude. Yeah, that's a bunch of crap. That's a bunch of crap. All right, let's see. Let's see. All right, so where was I? All right, check this out. We'll continue. Oops. There you go. Okay. All right. So, like, this will teach you how vitamin D works, how it breaks through the body, what it becomes, and whatnot. And right here, here's the biggest thing you need to see. Vitamin D is a steroid. Okay? And the actions of which are mediated through nuclear vitamin D synthesis. It starts with cholesterol. So, the reason that a lot of people have high cholesterol is because they're not out in the sun enough for the UV light to cleave the B ring of the cholesterol, converting it into, so ultraviolet radiation converts cholesterol into vitamin D3 that the body uses or pees out. So you've got all this cholesterol building up in your body from your food, and it's waiting for the sunlight. It's waiting for the ultraviolet radiation to hit your skin to convert it. And then once it, so it's just, that's why it hangs around. That's why cholesterol levels rise. You don't just get rid of cholesterol. It's waiting to turn into it. So if you have high cholesterol, you've got low D3 because it should have converted that into D3. It's just that, it's just this simple, right? But they don't teach us any of this because it's going to cause problems. Let me see if I can find it now. Oh, wait a minute. I can't spell. There we go. All right, here. Let's see if I can find this real quick. So this is, damn it. Here you go. Let's just do it. Yeah, here it is. All right, check this out.
Vitamin D was discovered in 1913, but by 1918, they were on to, hey, this stuff really works. By 1928, 10 years later, everybody in America was taking 20 milligrams a day.
Yes,
you know what happened?
yes,
Our hospitals emptied out. They had a medical emergency. No one was getting sick. So what the AMA and the FDA got together and what they decided to do was to give 7 medical students enough vitamin D to kill a horse. Well, of course, the kids got sick.
Right.
That was their excuse to remove vitamin D from the shelf. But because of the public uproar, the President of the United States had to commission University of Chicago medical faculty under Dr. Frock to tell the world, is vitamin D toxic? The study took years, and in the meantime, the FDA and AMA got together and said, we've got to stop people from taking the crucial vitamins A, D, and E. And so you know what
And
we're going to do?
B12.
We're going to use number psychology on the public. The 20 milligrams that the little lady takes every day is now 1 million units, and 1 million units will kill you. So what did they allow? 400. Now 400 is 1/100th of a milligram, not enough to do any good.
Yeah, not enough to do any good. So this is why they converted. I think I've already showed you this before. This is why they converted it from milligrams to international units. There was no other reason for it. Why would they do it? Why would they do it? No reason. There's no reason. If I want a milligram of vitamin D, I should be able to go to a chemist and say, give me a milligram of vitamin D. Yeah, it's absolutely, yes, schizophrenia. Yes, there's a lot, brother, a lot. And what do you think I'm gonna say? What do you think I'm gonna say? What do you think I'm going to say? Toxoplasmosis gondii and schizophrenia. Damn it. Toxoplasmosis gondii and schizophrenia. Significant association with toxoplasmosis gondii infection and schizophrenia. 2 to 3 times higher risk. So that's 230 to 300% greater risk of getting schizophrenia. And that's cat parasite. No. That also. So here's why, okay? Okay, so the parasite could form cysts in the brain, increasing dopamine, which triggers psychotic symptoms. All right. So then what do you do? Well, first of all, you got to get rid of that. Okay, you got to get rid of the parasites. Second, I don't think there's much B12. Okay, so vitamin B12 deficiency can cause severe psychiatric symptoms that mimic schizophrenia. So how do these two go together? What do you think the parasites is doing in you to cause schizophrenia? If lowering B12 can create schizophrenic episodes, what do you think the parasite's doing? You think it's possibly eating the things in your body that would create or that help your B12? So if the parasite causes low B12 and then just low B12 causes psychiatric episodes, and having the parasite can make you have schizophrenia or B12, so they're probably related. So either taking more vitamin B12, and if you've got the parasites, you're going to need to take even more because they're eating a bunch of it, so to speak. You got to get rid of the parasites. The parasites will multiply and they'll eat more of your B12, and you have to take more and more and more and more and more until you get to a toxic amount. At some point, it's going to be toxic. At some point, what are you going to eat a whole bottle every day? No, you got to get rid of the freaking parasites. 110thgrade.com. Paragard. 110thgrade.com. Here, let me put this over here. Oops, bam. Right. 110thgrade.com. That's me. Look how crooked my glasses are. It's feeding off of it. It's eating your nutrition. It's eating your neighbor's nutrition. There you go. See, life is this simple. It's this easy. I need this and I don't have it in me. Why don't I have it in me? Especially if I'm putting it in me. Why don't I have why am I not? Well, something else is eating it. Something else is taking your nutrition. It's taking your vitamins. It's taking your minerals. Get yourself good. Yeah. It's amazing, isn't it? Isn't it amazing? And you go to a doctor and they're going to give you antipsychotics and all of this other shit. They're going to put you in the nut hut and all this, and they're never ever going to test to see if you've got a vitamin deficiency or a parasite. Yeah. You know why? Probably because her food's been poisoned, but not how she thinks. She's eaten something and got a parasite in her. Does she have cats? So what probably happened is she ate something that was contaminated, or you can also get it from pork, undercooked pork. You can get Toxoplasmosis gondii from undercooked pork. Look at this. Look. 70.8% B12 deficiency is linked to neuropsychotic in 71% of schizophrenia patients. Which is, you see that? It's often resolved with B12. And this is the government website, pubmed.gov. So take that what you will. That just ain't some asshole on the internet telling you what to think about it. Yeah, dude, it's that easy. It's that easy. You need it in you and it's not in you. Okay, but I'm taking it. Well, it's not in you. So where's it going? Something else is taking it. It's that easy. It's that easy. Life is this easy. If they overcomplicate it, they can create product after product after product after product, making money, because the parasite's not going to go away. But if they can treat your symptoms and keep the parasite there, you're going to always need symptom control. It's a perfect circular business plan. Share the stream with her or just give her the information. I'll talk to her. I'm going to have to buy all this stuff on your website. But, brother, listen, it's not on my website. You should definitely buy it. It's on my website. Yes. You're getting it through Amazon. But you need to start somewhere small. Okay? So what if you've already got the B12 of some sort, your next step should be the parasite cleanse. But you got to you just got to do it. You got to do it. There ain't no take your time. I don't care. Do it whenever you can. I'm not worried about the money or anything like that, but you got to do it, and your neighbors got to do it, and your friends got to do it, and your family's got to do it, and everybody's got to do it. Everybody's got to do it. If I can create some sort of product, service that gets people, that just gives people what they need. I can't just start saying, hey, give me $50 a month and I'll send you everything you need. Maybe I can start something like that. What's that? I missed a call. That was fast. Maybe somehow hung up. Next sheet. Oh, Paul's calling. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. And you probably won't. Listen, if you don't have intestinal parasites, you're not going to see anything. You're not going to see anything. If you had intestinal parasites, you'd be seeing something already. These things aren't visible. They're unless you're going to start smearing your poop all over. And I think this is why a lot of schizophrenics smear their poop on the wall and stuff. I think they know they've got worms. Have you heard about how schizophrenics do that? They smear their feces on the wall. I think that's why. I think they know. I think they can feel it, and they smear it on the wall, and they're looking at it. They want to know what's in it. Diatomaceous earth. Yeah, you need whatever you want to choose. Whatever you want to choose. There's lots of ways to get rid of worms. This is just the easiest, most chill, not a one dose and they come out of you. This is, you take it 4 times a day. The first time you take it, and it tells you right on the freaking lid of the bottle. And so the first time you want to do what's called intensive support for 30 drops at a time, 4 times a day for a month. And then every 3 months, at least the way I do it, I take 30 drops a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 10 days. So once you do it once, just after you do it, or once you start doing it, set an alarm on your phone for the next day, or every 3 hours or 4 hours or whatever. I recommend breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And you don't have to get the liquid, but I just recommend getting the liquid because it's not, you're not gonna have any dried out or whatever wackadoo stuff. So there's a lot of there's amoebas and stuff too. There's a lot. This is just one worm we're talking about. This is just one. This is just one because I knew that was going to be the answer because I've looked it up before. So I knew that toxoplasmosis gondii and schizophrenia went hand in hand. If you would have asked about something else, we could instead of saying toxoplasmosis, we could have looked up parasitic infection. So and you can do this with anything. And you should, but don't be using Chat GPT and shit. You want to get actual information. Chat GPT will tell you you're fine, and to go to to use the people that are paying them, the sponsors of Chat GPT. But amoebas, yeah, it can be a lot. So you can say, check this out: parasitic infection and ADHD symptoms. Okay, and see what it says here: toxoplasmosis gondii. So toxoplasmosis gondii is not an intestinal worm, so you're not going to see toxoplasmosis when you're shitting it out. If you were really skinny, you'd probably have intestinal worms. You'll see them. What you need to do is you need to kill them all throughout your body, not just your intestines, right? And they'll just come out as poop. You won't see worms. They're not freaking. They're microscopic, so you're not going to see anything. Okay, chronic inflammation. Okay, here's the problem right there. Nutrient deficiencies and altering neurochemistry. Parasites can trigger neuroinflammation, and durability levels are crucial. Okay, the overlapping symptoms. Difficulty focusing. So just having them can cause difficulty focusing, being impulsive, being irritable, and restless. That sounds like ADHD, but you might not have ADHD. You might have ADHD, you might have B12 deficiency, or you might have parasites, or all three, but you don't know. And if you get on ADHD medication, it only treats the symptoms. It doesn't treat the cause. There's one guy said he's pooped out 2-foot worm and hundreds of his friends. Right. That was a different, that was tapeworms. That was tapeworms. That wasn't, they're very long. I tell you what, yeah, I can call you Bax. Why don't you change your at to Bax? I'm just reading what it says on the screen. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But he knew he was sick before he took the anti-parasitic. He saw something. Toxoplasmosis can cause some. Yes. Yeah. And schizophrenia. Right. Absolutely. There you go, Bax. Then it'll be easier. Yeah, absolutely. So we were just looking up toxoplasmosis gondii and schizophrenia right here. So it says 230 to 300% higher, or 2.3 to 3 times higher risk of developing disorder. So that's having toxoplasmosis gondii, and that's from cat poop. Everybody contacts cats at some point in your life, and once you get it, you have it. If your body's nice and healthy, if you get it, it can overcome it. But if you're sick all the time anyway, like exhausted, you don't have enough energy and whatnot to take care of it, and it overcomes your army versus their army. Yep, there you go, Bax. There you go. Over 100 studies have reported that increased antibodies in people with schizophrenia. So a shitload of people with schizophrenia have bugs. And this is why I think they scratch their skin. They know something's in them. So they might not be schizophrenic. They might just be very aware that they've got worms. But people are saying, you don't have worms. You're crazy. There ain't no worms. I don't see any worms. They're under my skin. Yep, they're under your skin. They're not lying. People are just telling them they're lying. I got worms under. Yep, you sure do. You sure do. But some doctor says, you don't have worms, you're crazy. Take all these pills. Instead of saying, look, just to calm you down, we'll give you anti-worm pills. They don't do that. They don't do it. significant factor for psychosis. Yeah, it's amazing. Here, look at this. Look at this. Environmental factors. Some studies have shown that individuals with schizophrenia are more likely to have increased exposure with schizophrenia. More likely to have increased exposure to cats. Sorry. People with schizophrenia have the parasite's definitive host during childhood. And so if we were doing parasite cleanses every year, every quarter, then how much less schizophrenia would we have? Think about how many people are out here are crazy. They're absolutely crazy. And it could be from parasitic load. And how many people have told you to get a parasite cleanse in your life before talking to me? Yes, sir, Jim. I mean, I could give her your channel, but she might say some wild. Well, then don't give her my channel. I'm just saying, if she needs help, try to get her some help. I mean, I can ban her. I just wonder if she wants the information. She can say whatever she wants, and I could give her the information. Probably tomorrow when I'm on the road, Georgie. I'm not gonna. It's constantly over talking me, so I'm not gonna do it while I'm streaming here. When I'm in the car and I can't read the chat, I'm gonna do it. I'm sure it can mimic similar symptoms, stomach sort of disease. Yes, all that shit, all of it. Okay, well, she doesn't know she needs help. Does she know she's schizophrenic? Does she know if she knows she's schizophrenic, it might be easy to convince her. I mean, I'll try to help anybody, brother. I'll try to help anybody. If she thinks people are poisoning her food, and yeah, I've got like 50 moderators, Baxter. You got to be on the Discord too to be a moderator. All right, let's see. Okay, let's see. Where are we at? Okay, let's see. I need to learn how to start doing this too. Where am I at? Oh, there we go. She thinks she's an angel and people are trying to kill her, and most of the movies she talks about were made about her. Okay, well, I mean, yeah. How old is she? Does she have parents? Does she live by herself? I guess we can find out. What natural things do the parasites not like? So seeds like watermelon seeds, apple seeds. Remember, you probably heard that apples have cyanide in them, so don't eat the seeds, or apple seeds have cyanide. Well, that's not actually a bad thing. A lot of seeds are anti-parasitics, but we're told not to eat them for whatever reason. Where a lot of people do, like a lot of people eat watermelon seeds and stuff. When animals eat the whole watermelon and the whole apple and the whole pumpkin, they work as anti-parasitics for animals. The reason you'll see bears with like 6-foot long worms hanging out of their butt, and then when that starts to happen, how do they not die? Well, they'll go. That happens during the winter when there's no fruits and vegetables around, and they'll switch over during the summer when the vegetables, the vegetables fruit, and then they'll eat them, and those seeds will destroy the parasites. He's in an insane asylum. She had 2 kids and one tried to stab her. He's in an insane asylum. Yeah, garlic's very good. Right, so this has garlic in 55 or 60. You're trying to play. Little Daquan needs school shoes. Go get Daquan some shoes, Tracy. I told you. You ain't getting it. That baby ain't got my nose. You know that. That baby ain't got my nose. Brookie, boo. They call me Brookie Boo. Yeah, but yeah, so yeah, brother, if she's 55 or 60, her brain's probably toast. But yeah, I mean, so it's not genetic typically. It's you have the same parasites as your parents. It's not genetic. Yeah. So if she's got schizophrenia and her kids got schizophrenia, it's because they share parasitic loads, and people call it genetic without looking at anybody's genes, without looking at anybody's. They didn't have their genome sequenced. Her son, he got your glasses. That's your son. Damn. All right. What's your Cash App? She got me there. Damn it. Ain't my son. I ain't even got glasses. Frickin' Tracy. I ain't even got glasses. I seen someone claim his. I ain't got glasses. What up, Roy? that's ridiculous. She's a nice woman, but honestly, she sucks the energy out of me. Yeah, brother. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, it can be rough. It can absolutely be rough dealing with people with disorders like that. And imagine how rough her life has been. And if she would have had. If one of her doctors would have said, "Hey, look, 300% chance of having parasites, having schizophrenia," and they could have saved her life, and her son's life, he wouldn't be in freaking jail. And think about prisons. Think about the parasite freaking factory in prisons, right? Most people dealing with marital issues usually are mind blown. They find out the spouse is cheating. I agree. Good, my brother. I need some red bottoms. Of course you do. You always look good in red bottoms. Oh, I always liked you. I mean, I don't know who you are, girl. Get up on my dick. Yeah, it's crazy when you think about. So like me, for instance, when I started taking B12 and then it completely took away all the bad parts of ADHD. Like I was pissed. I was so pissed at freaking 35 years of treatment. And it was a vitamin deficiency, right? And it's just like, how many other people, how many of these other things, how many of these other psychological issues, how many of these kids that are getting cut on because they're confused about stuff, because who knows? And when you go to these gender clinics and stuff like that, they don't test you for a vitamin deficiency. They don't test you because they're saying that it's just natural now, rather than saying, oh, look, there's a huge parasite infestation. It's causing all these people to have body dysmorphia. So let's see how much money we can make off of it. And that's what's going on. And then frickin' Tracy frickin' comes in here wanting my dollars. All right, let's see. Let's find something to watch. Parasites and schizophrenia. Let me just type it in. Microphone. Parasites and schizophrenia. Hold on one second. Chrome band. can't hear me. Dang it. Cheapview, streamview.com. I'm back. Sorry. I can't trust anything. Therapy because I want money. Okay, right. And this is what's bullshit because they try to separate mental health and physical health and nutrition, and it's not separate. It's absolutely not separate, and it's freaking super easy to find. But if you go to a doctor and say, hey, I just gave you all kinds of money for this schizophrenia, and I haven't ever done a parasite cleanse, they'll be like, oh, well, that's just keep taking your pills, you're having psychosis. Keep taking your pills, you're having psychosis. I think I have worms in it. Yep, you're crazy, dude. Here, take a higher dose. Go to sleep. What's up, Health Scorpion? Ganzes Pradeep. You go to sleep. What do you mean? It's got to be like freaking 7 a.m. and 5:30 a.m. in freaking there, India. What up, Jacob? Have a higher dose. Right, that's what they'll do. Right, what do you mean? That's exactly what they'll do. You think... Drives me so freaking crazy. Oh, you just woke up? Yeah, it's only 9 p.m. here, my brother. It's only 9. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I'm going to do this too while I'm at it. Okay, let's get this up here. Let's find mind-controlling parasite you can get from your cat. No. Can I watch this? Yeah, we'll watch this. It's only 2 minutes. And how long ago was this? 8 years ago, 9 years ago. So 11 years ago. So all this stuff from 11 years ago. Can parasites give you schizophrenia? So there's a bunch of stuff about this. Why haven't any of you guys ever heard about it? Oh, you guys can't see what I'm looking at. There you go. I don't know what this is gonna.
Oh, Capital One? My team's transformer-based AI model.
Built using contextual data.
Helps personalize your experience in real time.
That's how we stack.
That's technology.
She's schizophrenic. I wonder if they showed that because we Googled about schizophrenia. And they're like, let's show some schizophrenic stuff. Imagine how many people think they're schizophrenic because of AI. Right. There's 70% they were just saying, OF commercials. Drug administration should be shut down and reestablished. I agree, 100%. There's got to be consequences for it. Malpractice has got to be expanded. It's got to be expanded. It can't just be like a doctor cut the wrong leg off. No, it's got to be they gave you the wrong stuff for too long, and because they never checked this or that. Oh, you had a vitamin deficiency? Well, I want 35 years of refunds for everything that they got wrong. You know, how many tens of thousands of dollars is that?
A single cell.
It just said OF commercials and DEI commercials. It's
the cat poop parasite.
Well,
it's a little.
Right now we're talking about how people with schizophrenia, like about 70% of them have schizophrenia, but not actual schizophrenia. They've got a cat parasite. And a lot of people that have ADHD have vitamin deficiencies rather than actual ADHD. And so we have a bunch of people that are sick here in America that are not being treated properly. They're not being properly medicated. They're being given ADHD drugs rather than correcting the vitamin deficiencies that's causing their issues. And then people that are schizophrenic have parasites from cats. And they're not. And when you go to the doctor, they say you're schizophrenic. You're like, I think I got worms under my skin. They're like, you're schizophrenic. Take these psychotic pills, rather than saying, okay, let's get rid of the worms.
Tiny microscopic being that cats
they would be bankrupt. Yep.
Cats of all kinds, not just house cats, but lions and tigers and jaguars, spread this organism, and it breeds in their intestines, essentially. All different kinds of mammals can get it, including humans. Once you get it, you have it forever. Basically, you get the parasite from either having direct contact with cat feces or by eating another kind of mammal, another secondary host. It can cause birth defects and blindness and neurological problems, but it's only recently that people have sort of started wondering about the effects that it can have on adult people. There's kind of increasing awareness that it may lead to certain mental health conditions. It can infiltrate our brains and form these tissue cysts up there And some scientists think that it may lead to psychological problems as diverse as, rage disorders to schizophrenia. These
Right.
little parasites, when they get
So
into our
rage
bodies, they have
disorders. What are you seeing online now, especially on the left and on the right of politics? What are you seeing? People rage over just bullshit. Just bullshit. It's all bullshit. Why are they raging over it? Why are they destroying relationships? Parent and grandparents are living because you voted for Biden, you voted for Kamala, you voted for Trump, and they're raging. Why? Why are they raging? They shouldn't be raging. Like, I don't rage over it because I'm not. I don't. It doesn't piss me off like it pisses everybody else off.
these unknown effects, but may destabilize the mental
Those
makeup
health
of
score,
people
those are
who
all my.
already have,
Yeah, I
a sort
agree.
of
I agree.
genetic
It's those are my
propensity
subscribers.
towards schizophrenia. So it's not to say that they think it causes schizophrenia, but if you have in your genetic makeup some risk factors for schizophrenia, toxoplasmosis could be one of the things that sort of tips you over the edge into being an actual schizophrenic. People who have these cysts, whose immune systems are kind of constantly at battle with this parasite, just don't feel well in a lot of ways, and they may get sort of inflammation in various areas of their brain, and that might be what leads to these different kind of psychiatric problems that we see in people who have toxoplasmosis. And that's not to say that everybody with toxoplasmosis has psychiatric problems. It's just that it's like an increased likelihood of having these problems.
Now you can meet with a TurboTax
Right,
expert in
right,
your community.
right. Why would you
They
let
can
it
do your
destroy your
taxes for
friendship?
you
Right.
And get you every
But
dollar
some
you
people
deserve.
think it's so. Some people think that, oh my God, if you vote for Biden, if you vote for Trump, you just ruin the world. Everything's gonna burn. Why do they have such a demonic outlook, or like a defeatist, like everything? Like, why do some people be like, okay, well, I'll just invest differently while this person's president. I'll just move a little differently for the next couple years. So everybody, like, why is it like this end of the world? It's psychotic. It's psychosis. And then people that are cutting off body parts, that's psychosis. So if none of these people, which they haven't been treated for parasites, I can guarantee it. But yeah, imagine the money. If you can convince somebody that they're trans, somebody that's not trans, if you convince them that they're trans, somebody that's going through psychosis, they can spend about, the average is $1.7 million in a lifetime on trans care. All right. And then so the more people that you can convince of that are in psychosis, that'll end up being detransitioners, you can get $2 million out of each patient rather than $20,000 out of each patient. ADHD is money making. I agree. You could have saved the world. I'm going to try. Right. Yeah. We're going to try. I'm going to try to save the world. Look what I did to my website. Bam. Get yourself good. 110th grade. Making it happen. Get yourself some freaking anti-parasites, some freaking vitamins. Get yourself good. Yes, panic buying. Absolutely. Yeah. Lawyers get together and write up the laws are actually not the laws. They're just barricades for them to do legal activity. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. 6 years ago, a friend yelled at me for not voting, and I was the reason Trump didn't win. You didn't vote? Freaking ban him. Ban him. Yeah, why do people get so freaking mad? Why do people get like it's got to be? This makes sense. Life isn't this confusing. This makes sense. Imagine all these people that are raging over politics. They're psychotic. This is a psychosis. Okay, what causes psychosis? Trump? Okay, no, not Trump. So what causes it? I mean, these people need medical help, real help, not going to a therapist that's also psychotic, telling and agreeing with their problems. Right, once Trump's out, everything will be fine. Right, and then once Trump's out, you're still the same person, so everything's not fine. You're a person that freaked out over somebody getting elected. Thank you, dead anarchist. Yeah, I ain't heard about that in a while, man. Dead Kennedys, dead milkmen. Please tell me that was. Yeah, you've broken your nose so many times. I have, brother. Yeah, look how crooked my glasses are. On the picture. Yeah, 12 times, buddy. Skateboarding, baby. Skateboarding. Made it happen. It's a drug which keeps one busy in it while the inflation roof grows. Yeah, right. And then things are more expensive, like medical care. And then people go for the wrong medical care that the government pays for. So the institutions keep getting more and more and more money. They're like, oh no, now we got to raise the price of our services, and then more people need our services, and right now less people need it. It's diabolic. It's diabolic. Hey, how you been? There was two people walking down the road in Detroit. I'm pretty sure they were dating each other, and one of them was drinking, and the boss's son was looking at the guy, got all heated. I feel great tonight, bro. I know it's methylated B12 I took this morning. Bam. I'll tell you what, dude. I'm trying to save the world. If I can get people, listen, I honestly think, and I think I've got a very good case for what's going wrong in the world. I honestly think I do. I honestly think I have a really good case. I think if we've got a huge issue with unhealthy people physically, like vitamin deficient, parasitic loads. Yeah, he's doing great. Doing great job. Have a good day. Just kept going. Little dog. When he was walking away, told me this is what work looks like. And then he said, then he runs these streets. Oh, he was pimping her out or something. If you ran into Veritas and you wanted to fist fight you, might have broke kilos number 13. He probably wouldn't, dude. I can fight pretty good. I'm pretty well trained. I can still, yeah, and I have more energy now. I'm still pretty good. I still train. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, he'd have to be pretty good. If he did, he deserves it, because that means he's good. He's good.
Hey, you're finally awake. Man, that turkey must have hit you hard, same as us. But now that you're awake, it's time to cover some more science. Well, specifically the horrifying side of biology and how maybe it's better you don't know about it, but what's the fun in that? This little guy right here named Khajiit, who doesn't apparently want to be in this video, but that's okay because he's in the video anyways. And apart from all the cat videos on the internet, something within them actually lurks, and it has the ability to control humans apart from, like, you know, the normal amount of their...
What is your opinion? What in your opinion is harder to treat? Physical conditions like IBS, asthma, or mental disorders, complex PTSD? I think it's all the same. Listen. I think all of those things are either parasitic load, like parasites eating your guts, eating your food, and because your body is constantly rebuilding itself. If you have areas in your body and you do, when you're very deficient, areas of your body that are rebuilding, like your intestines and the bacteria in your intestines, there's a coating in your intestines. Okay, if you eat a lot of bullshit food and it washes away the emulsifiers and it washes away that mucosal lining, then the other bullshit in your diet can attack the gut wall. And I think those inflammations like IBS is caused from that. Because other countries do not treat it the way we do. Other countries, that's a short-term treatment. It's not a lifelong, oh, you got IBS, you're going to die with it. Right, because you're not going to take care of the parasites that caused it. What up, Vishal? Turn this up. Look at it. Turn this up. I want to look at it. What is my algorithm? Okay.
They're really cute, and why shouldn't they control us? So it's not just their cute little faces and their toe beans, but actually a dangerous parasite that, depending on what sort of mammal you are, potentially deep within your forever friend lurks this. What it's trying to do is complete its life cycle within its desired...
The single big problem which requires solution is gross inequality. So intrigued to see if communism is helping there. I don't have high hopes of Mondami, but silently observing as a case study. This is the problem with communism and socialism, especially in America. You need a capitalist to fund it, plain and simple. The money that created New York City, the investment that created New York City wants a return, even if the mayor wants to be a socialist or a communist. It's not going to work because he can say all he wants, but he's doing this under a capitalist framework. You've got to fund socialism, and the people that fund that are capitalists, and they want a return on their investment. It's not going to work, and it never does, but the companies will make a lot of money on it.
Feline host, but there are actually
Yes, Jacob,
like
yes,
intermediate
yes,
hosts
yes, my
such
brother
as
Bill.
mice and any type of bird that may get in the way. But just know that their definitive host is actually a feline, and humans end up getting caught in the crossfire of all this, and then we become infected ourselves. So this particular parasite is known as Toxoplasmosis gondii, and is actually the parasite I chose to talk about way back when I was obtaining my biology degree, and we had to give an essentially a rather large presentation over an organism of
you
our
summed
choice.
that up so
This
good.
creature
Thank you,
would
thank
be
you, thank
what
you.
is considered a major opportunist
I
concerning
like
the
that point
variety
about
of
capitalism. It always
organisms it
kills
can
me.
seemingly survive and thrive within. So what exactly is toxoplasmosis? Well, this parasite, as mentioned previously, typically will reside within their own cycles of birth and breeding, exclusive to the smaller animals. So let's get this out of the way. I mean, it's my personal opinion that mice are gross. I mean, you might like them. I don't know what you're into. But they are known to spread and harbor diseases such as hantavirus, which we will discuss in another episode, and also ended up bringing, or at least helped bring, the plague to
No,
humanity.
right. You've got to
Mostly
fund
nasty
it.
little
You've got to fund it somewhere. And people don't fund things for free. Look, when Bill Gates left Microsoft, he had $1.3 billion. He left I think it was $3 billion. $3 billion. He left Microsoft to give his money away. He's worth $100 billion right now. How do you give away $3 billion and end up with 100?
They also do things like come across excrement of larger animals and will end up eating this excrement. At some point, a mouse came across the excrement that housed this particular parasite, Toxoplasmosis, in. I'm not going to say Toxoplasmosis gondii because, good lord, it gets a little tongue-tied.
You could
after a
say
while.
T. gondii.
But upon doing so, the organism was introduced within the mouse population and was able to actually use these to thrive. Specifically in mice, Toxoplasmosis
Check this out.
is known to have quite a few symptoms you would compare
Check
to almost
this out.
mind control. Much like, and I know I'm just kind of throwing out my second channel there, but much like the cordyceps from The Last of Us, which had the ability to control the minds of people, Toxoplasmosis will enter brain tissue and then immediately begin to change the habits of mice. And
So I don't know if he's going to get into it, but check this out. So it makes mice love cats, makes mice love cat piss. So now mice, because the toxoplasmosis can't replicate in the intestines of mice. It can only replicate in the intestines of cats. So it gets in the mouse. It controls the mouse's brain to say, "I love cats." So the mouse will go up to the cat and be like, "Hi, friend. You smell so good. Your cat pee smells so good." And the cat will eat the mouse, getting the toxoplasmosis parasite into the cat where it can sexually reproduce.
Man,
You don't
that's a
have
good
to
one.
buy
so
any
what are
of
these
it.
symptoms of
I don't
toxoplasmosis
know how
experienced
they're
in
able to
mice?
fill Tom and Jerry.
Well, for starters, mice are actually nocturnal. For them, the night is safe because it's much more difficult to see a mouse on the ground during the night than it is during the day. This will keep them safe from predators for the most part, as owls are still extremely good at hunting them, but it'll keep them safe overall and make sure that they're able to survive at least through that night.
Watch.
Secondly, mice will have a propensity to actually
Absolutely.
stick into the corners of rooms or near tree roots or stay underground as a
Watch.
defense mechanism to make sure also that they don't get scooped up by something bigger than them. Enter toxoplasmosis. And it has some interesting effects on the general survival techniques of mice in the sense that it completely takes these survival techniques and throws them out the window and says, no, we're just going to not do that. As toxoplasmosis builds up within the mice body and begins to saturate the brain, the mouse will begin to move outside of its burrow during the day, and not only that, remain out in the open. Doing this puts them at great risk to be eaten, but this is exactly what toxoplasmosis is banking on. On top of this complete change in behavior, mice have also been known to become lethargic upon reaching the surface, which decreases their reaction time. When this happens, you can probably figure it out for yourself, but they are easy pickings for anything flying overhead. Another thing that the parasite also does, which is completely kind of a little brutal to be honest, it will make the mouse become aroused at the smell of cat urine. It will begin to seek out the smell, and upon doing so, this would lead to the mouse being in the direct environment with this cat, and cats are pretty opportunistic eaters. They will just kind of find them, and they will eat them. So certain type of smaller birds have actually been known to experience the exact same thing mice do. You might be wondering about the birds of prey. Well, the birds of prey don't really seem to exhibit these symptoms as much as mice and smaller birds seem to. Instead, they will just excrete what is already in them concerning this parasite.
They'll poop it
It's
out.
not really that desired of a host. But smaller birds, that's kind of a different story. They have been known to eat what mice eat from time to time, or at minimum similar meals. Upon eating these oocytes, much like with the mouse, they will quickly hatch and begin amassing in the brain of this bird. This will cause bird reflexes to wane and also could
Right,
have an
and
effect on
it makes you aroused for the wrong things. Humans used to be aroused towards reproduction. It makes you aroused for other stuff like pee and poo and other things that are not reproduction based.
on them being able to fly, as well as due to their poor coordination skills. Well, this makes them super easy to eat.
Man, this is
Birds and
horror.
mice are considered the intermediate hosts for this parasite. They're basically just the cannon fodder to get the parasite to its main host, which are bobcats, lynxes, ocelots, cougars, and Catus felis, or
Your house
the
cat.
domestic house cat.
Yep.
Upon finding a small animal not active,
Yeah, we got him. We got
and that is just
he got in the
ripe
eye.
for the hunt, cats will quickly eat up this animal. House cats that go outside get exposed to this parasite, and it has an easy access to their digestive tract because of this.
Right,
The parasite
they eat it.
in the house cat
Yeah,
will enter
brother.
the breeding
Yeah,
portion
brother.
of its lifespan and produce more oocytes.
No, it's
These
not right. It
oocytes
makes
will be
you a
excreted,
slave.
And if the mouse or bird happens upon it, the process will begin again and its life cycle will continue. Well, one of the main issues with this would be, you know who usually cleans up after house cats? That's right, humans do.
Us.
It's amazing that we are the apex species that has like dominated the planet entirely. I mean, even this
Or
is a miracle
are
that
we?
we're able
Yeah,
to do,
dude,
or I'm
yeah.
able to do what I'm doing. But we're bending the knee to these little 8-pound furry hunting machine. God, it's great, isn't it? Regardless, upon coming into contact with the infected feces, a human can actually contract this illness fairly simply. And it's pretty nasty. Leftover excrement on our hands can be eaten by accident and the oocytes are introduced into our systems. Now the issue is humans are not the main host, nor even an intermediate host. We're what's known as an accidental host. We aren't really equipped with the same enzymes for this creature to
Okay, all right.
successfully survive.
No
and it's
problem,
not as
brother.
adapted
I'm here to help,
our
my
immune
friend.
systems as, say, a cat's immune system. But that doesn't stop them from amassing within our bodies, because quite clearly we are able
That's
to
right.
support them
That's
in
right.
their life cycle. And believe it or not, we actually do it pretty well. When we become infected, the first thing the parasite does is, you guessed it, it heads straight for the brain. Here, the parasites will begin building up inside of our brain case, and believe it or not, it will have a lot of similar effects on us, so get ready because good lord. The human brain is a complicated piece of machinery, but what it really comes down to is just chemicals and electrical signals. Figure that out, and you can
You
control
should
the
absolutely
ends.
do that, student of war.
Toxoplasmosis is extremely adept at messing with
Yeah,
our
dude.
chemistry
Yeah, dude.
in the same way it does with intermediate hosts. Depending on where it ends up in the brain, this can actually lead to different outcomes, but in particular, a chemical called tyrosine hydroxylase is formed inside of a cyst that the parasite is currently
Well,
in.
what does
And when
that
it
do?
Produces this
Every 3
certain
months.
chemical. This in turn can have an effect of raising dopamine levels within the brain.
What does
dopamine
that do?
Sounds like a good idea, but really it's not. There is a statistical link between those with schizophrenia and those that have become infected with toxoplasmosis.
That's right.
This may actually be due in part due to the raised dopamine levels within the brain of this person. On top of this, it can have a marked effect on the mood of a person because of naturally occurring chemicals within the brain. One such example is a propensity to have violent outbursts. Those whose minds have become saturated with the parasite
So
will have
fight or flight. You're triggered into fight. Fight, 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 fight. So usually when you have big bursts of dopamine, you also get big bursts of adrenaline for a reason. Because someone's attacking you or something's attacking you. But when you have the I should be scared right now and you're looking at your food, you think people are poisoning you. Whatever. So when these things are triggered inside of your body, fight or flight or freeze, it's because you have the chemical reaction with no stimulus, like being attacked. You're just there and then all of a sudden, oh! Yes, yeah, at least they're not violent yet. Yes, it's crazy, yeah. Can trans cat vegans talk in the walls? Right. Crazy trans cat vegan. Yes, right. Abso-freaking-lutely. Or their front-facing camera on the internet. You have a cat inside. You need to clean it. It's a waste. Common sense. Wash your hands after cleaning waste. Yes. It's common sense, but common sense ain't so common at all. And the thing is, once it happens, listen, your cat might sleep on your pillow with its butthole where your mouth goes.
Have a lower threshold of excitability. This can cause a person to be incarcerated or even have mental health evaluations done. And this is not really the goal of toxoplasmosis, but more likely to be an unintended consequence, or not more likely, it is. It's just an unintended consequence of our brains being messed with. However, would you like to know a direct consequence
mask ain't
that
gonna
is
do
actually
dick.
intended that toxoplasmosis?
Listen, masks, everybody's got reprogrammed about what masks do. Masks only help particulate. These things are microscopic. You're not going to see a little worm in the poop. It's microscopic. Yes, yeah. Well, but if you've played with one, if you went over to your friend's house and sat on the couch and the cat's butt was on, and then you put your hands down on the edge of the chair and they say, "Here's your hamburger," you say, "Thank you." You know, it's not. You're not going to see them. Hey man, I had a question mark, and I said I don't know what happened. Yeah. You got it. Washing your hands is probably the best thing you could do. But have you always? Yeah, have better friends. But have you always had good friends, right? Like, and you might go over somebody's house, and right, somebody said it earlier. You might get a hamburger from somebody at a restaurant, and they might not be as kick-ass as you might think. A cat's butthole has been on every surface, right? Okay. All right. What about a salad? A salad. What about listen. You don't think cats poop in farmland? You don't think that some cat might take a poop, in the farmland where the freaking lettuce grows up, and they just rinse it off and straight farm to table? They don't wash that shit with soap and water and bleach. Not especially not. No, it comes right out of the farm right out of the ground into a box into the restaurant, rinsed, chopped, and here's your freaking salad. It can only sexually reproduce in a cat's gut. It can asexually reproduce in a human's brain, but yeah, it can only sexually reproduce in a cat's gut. Just being silly, making an example of ridiculous logic. No, I agree. It's
really going to happen.
Yeah,
they actually have a form of mind control, and look no further than the crazy cat lady that we all know somewhere, either in your family, down the street, in pop culture references. It doesn't matter.
Right. Why?
What are crazy cat ladies?
Right, there you go.
Surely
Good.
Nobody could want 45 cats, right? Well, actually, apart from me, but...
So if the crazy cat lady has toxoplasmosis, and the toxoplasmosis, what do toxoplasmosis want? They want cats so they can sexually reproduce. So crazy cat ladies want more cats and more cats because of this freaking mind control. It's everywhere, but you can be conscientious of parasites because you've got to. What up, Starboy the Night? You've got to. Way the truth and the life. That's exactly right, my brother.
Of her house. Remember, toxoplasmosis has a pretty stout effect on a mouse and a bird's brain that causes them to seek out cat urine. We humans are
there. You
not
go.
Really so much
this is
different.
what I think you said it before, but yeah. It makes them seek out cat urine. It makes them like it. My neighborhood cat ecosystem, our pet strays got essayed 2 times. Jeez, there you go.
When we become infected with this parasite, we suffer the same fate as them.
This is just one parasite. There's tens of thousands of different parasites.
But because we are larger, we don't really get eaten. We just keep collecting cats. That usually ends up in a hoarding issue with humans, and also explains why some people are able to deal with the fact that they have so many cats. Pretty gross. You just really like the smell of cat urine. Ugh. So how frequent is this disease? Well, strap into this one because actually I have about
even when you're sleeping, even when you're sleeping, Honda.
Roughly 1,200 of you are actually infected with toxoplasmosis. You just don't know it. Or maybe some of you do know it. Most of you probably don't, though. Currently, it's estimated that roughly 60 million people in the US alone have this disease and also may not even know it. In healthy, non-immune system compromised people, your body is actually fairly adept at handling this parasite.
All right, now I want to talk about something real quick. Okay, so if 6 years ago, and this was as 9 years ago, okay, that many millions of people, how much did whore culture, open dating, prostitution, how much more did that spread around? Oh, I wore a condom everywhere, on your mouth, right? And it can be spread sexually. So all of this whore culture that's been going on for the past 15 years spreads it too. And so you have all these people that are open with their sexuality, being absolutely sexual. And how many people of them, they don't need to wear condoms or dental dams or any of that. They're just rubbing body parts together and we expect. This is what's going on. This is what's going on. Ever since I had worms, if I say something stupid, my friend just looks at me and says, "Is that the worm talking, isn't it?" You're the worm guy. Horrific story, by the way. Yeah, right. And so instead of this whole big vaccination thing, why don't they do a freaking worldwide parasite cleanse? They know they could, because we could go get our own. They don't want us going to grab this. They want to say, hey, these are the 3 companies that can save the world. I see no horror culture. Yeah, right.
Pack it and send it into a state of dormancy.
I'm open with my preferences, but I don't.
Right,
Exactly, right. And why? And imagine this. Imagine there's another parasite, not this, that wants to get from person to person. So it creates attraction in your mind just to bang everything. Because it wants to reproduce in other guts, or if it's trying to get to a cat, it wants to get from human to human to human to human till it gets to a human, it gets to a cat. But it doesn't leave you and go to somebody else. It stays in you and goes to somebody else. It's not one freaking guy driving your brain with joysticks that leaves and goes. No, there's millions of them. Health. Oh, come on. There you go, Cece. Good. That's what we were just talking about. I was a whore myself at one time, and I'm not proud of some of them. Hey. Dude, I never thought of that way. Why would they actively help the people if it didn't help them in any way? Right. No, this is why I am trying to help my community. Like I can talk to you guys and girls about this, and you guys can save yourselves and your families. And then I understand there's going to be some losses. We're not going to get to everybody, but if we can continually grow this out and save as many people as possible, we really, really have a chance. I really think this is our problem. Like this type of, not just this one worm, but worms and vitamin and mineral deficiencies causing mental issues. And listen, it's so just cool now to be mentally whack-a-doodled. Like it's so cool. Like, this is my deficiency. I'm freaking autistic. I'm freaking whatever, this, that. And it just, think about this. It's like this is the best way for it to spread. Just everybody just not care about themselves anymore. Yeah, go ahead, Sanfei. My name on RuneScape was Psyop Strange. What up, John? Yeah, everything, right. Wackadoodle. Yeah, I was trying to be nice.
It pretty much does this permanently as long as you remain healthy. But should you become immune suppressed, you will require medicine to clear this organism from ransacking your meat suit, because otherwise it will actually start to have some fairly bad consequences on you. But don't be scared of your cats, as they are just small, cute little creatures worthy of love and plenty of pets. Just make sure to wash your hands after touching anything in a litter box, which you should be doing anyways. And for some reason you start craving cats, you probably need to go to a doctor.
Yes, I agree.
But
he said he can give it to you. Yeah.
Everyone enjoy.
Yeah,
so check it out. I figured out how to set the autofocus on this, so it's actually doing pretty well.
2006.
Anyways, if you guys like the video, subbing.
Right. So we agree here that at least we should find the true crazy people, right? Okay, so if people are acting crazy, we should at least find out if it's vitamin deficiency or parasites. Then if it's not, then let the medical establishment find out what they can do for them. But everybody that's freaking nuttier than squirrel turds needs to get rid of some parasites and make sure that they've got the proper nutrition. Because if you've got these parasites, just this one, it's eating your vitamins and minerals. It's eating your nutrition. So you have a deficiency, but I'm drinking milk. It doesn't matter. Toxoplasmosis is a single middle-aged woman thing. God bless them because they make it more promiscuous. It's right. What do you just say to somebody's outburst and tell them you need advice B2B and B12? That's basically what I do. Yeah. But then you gotta make sure you. Sorry, I do stupid things. But it's amazing, why doesn't everybody know this? Why don't we teach this for 5 minutes? Why isn't a 5-minute video played for kids in school rather than, this is what white people did to everybody in America? You know, how about, okay, cool. But how about what's going on now in everybody's bodies? Bro, you had me rolling with the milk comment. Your grow room looked amazing. Thank you very much. Right? Yeah, right. Because we're not building anything anymore. We don't build anything anymore. Back when we were a manufacturing a nation, people had skills, and if those people die, they weren't easily replaced. So you wanted to make sure that, remember, they used to have nurses in schools that would actually help you. They would actually give you what you need. They checked you for parasites. Now, do they even do that? Do they even check kids for nits and lice? I mean, I hear my son got bit. They used to check us. Like, we used to go first day of school. Everybody would line up. The nurse would check you out and everything like that. And then if you needed to be taken care of, you got taken care of. And that stuff don't happen anymore. Not as far as I know. Like wasp zombifies its victims and buries the victims, impregnates it with an egg and eats the victim while it's still alive. Right? Yeah, parasites are definitely a home. Okay, one second. They're definitely real. And I think this sex culture and stuff like this has absolutely done a number on people with parasitic infection and farm kids get worm from the cattle. Right? Yes. Hey fellas, here's the tip: if she's a single childless woman with a cat, she's absolutely a freak. Yes, right. Of course they don't do it at the jails. Of course they don't, man, because they want the medical money from that. Yeah, scabies. All right, hold on one second. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Dang it. I actually encourage more women to own cats, you freaking wackadoo. All right, let's see. It's amazing. There's all the, I'm going to have to make a video now, and I'm going to ask you guys to hype it and do all that. I know I don't ever get any hypes, but I'm going to make a long form video on what I think's going on, and we're going to see how far we can get it spread. You're definitely a wackadoo. So a lot of us are. I put myself in that category too. All right, let's see. Crazy cat ladies hides in two. It says 2 billion people, and that's what I'm more like. I think not. Yeah. Yes, I got a cat. Right. I trust. No. It's trust science, not trust the science. The science is completely different than science. The science is what they determined is science. Science is a process. Yeah. Make it happen. We're gonna save the world, brother. We're gonna save the world. If we can get enough people if we can get enough people together that takes these very few things, do a parasite cleanse and start to get their vitamin D and B levels proper, I believe that that's enough to get things on board and there to be changes where we have to start changing our kids' education. If we could imagine all of the wackadoo people, the kids, the teenagers in 18, 19, 20 years old that are so rabidly political. If we can give them an off-ramp, if they could be like, sorry, I said all this about President Trump and Biden, blah, 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 it was parasites. We can give them an off-ramp for their bad behavior. And then people can be like, wow, that can really happen to you? You were that crazy because of a freaking cat brain butthole worm? And then people will be like, well, I don't want to act that way on the internet. Men don't get toxoplasma. You're thinking about something different, brother. Okay, well, thank you for helping that. Thanks for helping my million campaign. What did I say? What did I say? Did I say something? My vocabulary? Did I miss something here? Okay, I'm gonna miss it. All right. Okay, here's 3. So there's 3 common parasites. Oh, right. Well, the terminology during that was trust the science. Right. And it was the science. The science says this, not science says this. The science, the reports from the scientists. Not the science. Not if they couldn't say science tells us this is correct. They said the science, the reports from, because they know they're freaking being wackadoo. Yeah, right. Just don't trust it, right? It's a female only thing. This topic should be mainstream. Yes, I'm agreeing. Right. Why? Right. Like I knew about this in my 30s when I worked at the zoo because there was an investment. Other countries required, because we worked with their animals, we had contracts with Africa and other countries, India, that required that we didn't have parasites, because the parasites that our animals gave to us, we could give to their animals. So the employees at the zoo had to give poop to make sure, and then had to be dewormed. And that was it. That's the first time I'm like, why haven't we ever done this before? Because nobody gives a shit. Yeah, truth's not mainstream. Right. Anthony Fauci literally called himself the science. Right, the science. Right. Yes, he's fully freaking wackadoo is what he is. And why did they decide to make a Disney movie about his life? He looks like freaking... He worked at the zoo. They had you on exhibit.
Beautiful today. What's your plan for the rest of the day? Maybe you want to pet your cat while you prepare a meal, or you want to go for a walk.
Okay, so this is toxoplasmosis.
Let's start. The internet loves cats. Now undercooked meat can go with
all right, what's the second one? Good.
You now know
Giardia.
that you should not be in close proximity to cats in order to not contract Toxoplasma gondii. But there are many other ways to get parasites, in case you wonder.
Right.
And while
right, we only talked about one.
In spite of being heartbreaking, you will not survive without food or water. And here in food and water we can find contaminations with Giardia lamblia. This parasite is found all over the world. It currently affects over 200 million people, including 1.2 million people in the United States. Normally we ingest inactive Giardia through contaminated food or water, and it becomes active in our stomach. Then it reaches the gut, and here it starts to reproduce very quickly. Giardia can survive here for weeks, and we have just found another body who gives us some company. Nearly half of all infected people are asymptomatic, meaning that they do not know that they have been infected. However, children and
Who's
pregnant
the bigger
women
fool, the fool
are at
himself or the
higher
fool that
risk
follows
to
the fool?
develop symptoms.
Probably
These
the
symptoms
fool himself.
include abdominal pain, flatulence, or a foul-smelling stool. All of these symptoms can be explained by Giardia messing with our guts. The good thing is that signs of
So
Giardia
I mentioned
infections-
that my farts don't stink anymore. So they don't smell good, but they don't stink. They don't stink. The fool who follows the fool.
normally disappear within 6 weeks. In this period of time, the main treatment involves rehydration as the body loses a lot of fluids.
Ain't that the truth? They will
Other
stop at nothing to
treatments
eliminate
include the
anyone or
usage
anything that
of
lives to the veil.
metronidazole, which interferes with the metabolism of the parasite. While most of the energy of our cells is produced by mitochondria, #powerhouse of the cell, Giardia does not have functional mitochondria at all. Therefore, it uses other ways to get energy, and we can target these ways with drugs.
With
And the drugs
drugs.
are actually quite effective. However,
Yeah, they're
Giardia
both
has
fools,
also
right?
been
The cat
shown
parasite have
to
sniffing
become
venom.
resistant
Yes,
against
yes,
certain
yes,
drugs and
yeah.
medicines.
It makes you act in such a way that hurts you. It makes you do things that are antithetical to a long, healthy, happy life. It disrupts signaling in the brain. It makes it so nothing makes you happy. It makes you think. It gives you thoughts that aren't there, but also does actual. It eats. Remember, these things are living things. They need energy to live, so they take yours. They don't get it from sunlight and stuff. So the food that you put in your body, it eats. So it can make you overall unhealthy. So it's not just that. It's not just the parasite that causes the problem. It's the deficiencies that the parasite causes. Update me and tell me what happens on what? Space Coward. Well, weren't you Space Coward? He was. They revoked his license. He's no longer a cowboy. They need to poop to live.
New drugs are currently developed. So, and now we come to worms. We have a worm which has...
Right, so the other parasites aren't worms. So, student, this is, you were talking about, you were worried about what you see in your poop if you take antiparasitics. Worms are the only thing you'll see in your poop, but you probably don't have worms. You probably got the other types of parasites. Everybody does. Guarantee it. This freaking 60 million thing is absolutely way under. I think these numbers are put out there because they asked 100 people and only 3 of them had worms or parasites, so they just extrapolated that up, but that would still be 100 million.
Wide. Imagine you take a walk.
That'd be 10 million.
You have worked very hard during the day and now it's afternoon and you want to walk through the fields next to your house.
We
As
got
you're crossing
poop.
one of
Do you
the
know what we got in us? We got poop in us. Yeah, we got poop in us.
fields, you step onto very soft soil. You think that's weird and you walk back to your house alone. But are you really that alone? You see, you might now be very close in contracting hookworms. Hookworms are often transmitted between humans through feces. If an infected person defecates outside, he or she will release hookworm eggs.
Infected people often have the urge to poop out in public. So have you heard about people that like poop play? And if you look at some countries where a lot of people poop outside when they could poop hidden and they poop in public, a lot of times it's hookworm that makes them want to poop in public because the worm wants other people stepping in the poop. Yes, yuck. So, but why aren't nations doing nationwide? Okay, phone, I'm done.
The usage of human feces as fertilizers can also be a source of infection.
Malorganite is human poop that we used on our food. So vegans and vegetarians, they're eating a lot of human poop. It's called malorganite. You can buy bags of it, and farms get it as natural fertilizer, and it's organic and natural. But it's got it's a lot of turds in it. It ain't just one person's turds; it's one city's turds. So it's definitely got it. So then that shit's just right there. Like I said, the lettuce grows. They cut the lettuce, they put it into a box. It gets bought by a restaurant. They take it out of the box and they rinse it and cut it up, and you're eating it. Yes. That's better. Is that better? Yeah, well.
Once an uninfected person walks over this contaminated soil, the worms will start to penetrate
their feet
his or her skin.
Yeah, it just crawls. It crawls through your skin. It doesn't need to be an open cut or anything. We need poop detectors for a blind through the blinds. They have a fair chance. That poop detector, dude. If you invent a poop detector. And I'll help you if you want to work on it. We can absolutely put a poop detector on a stick. We can use AI to detect poop, like with a small camera on a stick. And then dude, we could definitely do that. That would be, I bet you we get a lot of sales. Probably won't just be blind people that buy it. 2026 is in the future. It's just hidden bullshit from old times. Right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're not more advanced. We're technologically advanced, but as a species, we're still humans doing the same shit humans have always done.
Any symptoms? Others might experience diarrhea, weight loss, or abdominal pain. In children, even the physical and cognitive growth can be impaired by hookworm infections.
So think about countries where the people are shorter than most people. All right, like you have countries where the average height is like 5'6" for men, and they happen to poop in public. Why? Just genetics, really.
Is that while delayed growth in children is
Space
well
Cowboys back.
Cognitive impairments are more subtle. A few years ago, a study in Brazil has associated worm infection in children with reduced concentration and information processing skills.
Reduced concentration and information processing skills. So you have a bunch of people in the world today who don't seem to be able to do anything with the information given them. And they're violently mad at things because they can't understand the truth.
The good thing about hookworm infections is that you can treat them quite easily in only a couple of days. This again includes drugs which interfere with the cells of the parasite but not the cells of the host. The unfortunate thing is that although we can treat hookworm infections quite well, medical facilities are often lacking in some areas where we have outbreaks.
Right. So, why don't medical facilities get rid of it? Would you be scared to ride a rocket to the moon? Yeah, I wouldn't do it. Hell no. Hell no.
In 2017, a vaccine called NAGST1 has been shown to be safe and provoke immune responses in patients. This was a quite small study, and since then several clinical phase 2 studies have been conducted.
So we give kids 70 vaccines from age like 2 to 13 or 2 to 16, 70 shots. Why don't we do this also?
As a final point, I also want to argue shortly that human parasites can be valuable for science. For example, scientists are trying to figure out whether we can study hookworms in order to treat inflammatory diseases. Inflammatory diseases are normally provoked by our immune system.
So if you got asthma or Lyme disease, hookworms can cure them.
Allergies. The precise mechanism is not clear, but there is an association between worm infections and having lower risks in developing inflammatory diseases. And on the other hand, it is also known that people in areas with high hygiene
I'd ride a rocket to the moon with my best friend, third best rocket shop class, got a big ass ramp in his backyard. So there's a guy on the internet who had really bad asthma, like he would have to go to the hospital, the emergency room like 3 times a week. And he went to Cameroon to get the Cameroonian hookworm, and he now sells sterilized hookworm on the internet, and there's a bunch of small but group of people that no longer have asthma. Once your body has the hookworm, you get the hookworm, and you cure the hook, and you cure yourself of the hookworm. So you take the hookworm and you let it gestate for, I think it's 48 hours. That makes these autoimmune or immune response that takes care of whatever other parasite causes these other immune responses, supposedly. And then you clear yourself of the worms and asthma goes away. It's crazy. Bad worms, healthy cats, bad. Hookworms, healthy cat. Hookworms, healthy, cats, bad. I prefer bookworms.
Would risk in developing dust mite allergies or metabolic diseases. But scientists are just trying to figure out how that works.
Right. So things like allergies. Hookworm can cure you of allergies. So for some allergies. So when you get the hookworm manipulates your body because it wants to live. And the other things that cause these allergies can kill the hookworm or can slow its reproduction. So it manipulates your body so that your body's no longer allergic to things, because these allergic responses from dust mites and stuff like that will kill the parasite and they want to live. So they make you no longer allergic to it. Your body no longer has an allergic response, an inflammatory allergic response to things that would hurt it. Cat's good for women and men. More cats. I got a little doodle. You got a little doodle?
Some of you have seen that there are parasites everywhere, which is kind of creepy. But nevertheless, if you know a topic which is interesting to you, let me know in the comments section.
You have a doodle. A little doodle could be good for your health.
Absolutely. And also
you have an evil cat, Tuger?
Hit the bell button if you're new here.
All right, let's see what freaking wackadoo ass Space Cal's got to say here. Wackadoodle ass Space Cal.
Before I go on from here. Great. I really understood that well. Hey, any questions before I go on from here?
She's freaking wagon. So the parasites do that by the sense of survival. Right. So, well, we don't exactly know what it is, but there's a lot. Helminth study. Here, I'll show you. That's what it's called. The Helminth studies is what parasites do good for us. Like how they stop asthma and shit like that. Because if you can't get enough oxygen in your blood to feed the worms, you'll die. The worms will die. So they don't want to die. So they get rid of asthma. It's crazy. What 8675309? Can a hookworm catch fish without the fishing hook? Just line with a worm and presto. Bam. Bam. Hookworm and sinker. Hookworm, line and sinker. What was I doing? I forgot what I was doing. Oh, Helminth therapy. Helminth therapy for asthma. It's not going to find it. Okay, yeah, it is. An experimental approach based on the hygiene hypothesis, which suggests the lack of exposure to parasites in developed countries has led to an increased allergic reaction diseases. While animal studies and epidemiological data shows promise, human trials have produced mixed to disappointing results. So here it is, asthma. In some endemic areas, treating Helminth infections with deworming medications led to temporary increasements in asthma severity, suggesting the parasites were providing a level of immune suppression. So getting rid of them in some places. I remember you from Jose's stream, Mark. You're evil. I hope you know that. Uh-oh. Mark's evil? Let's see. Here it is. Where's it at? Magala. Well, this is in 2014. How parasites can help us treat allergic reactions. This is New Zealand. I guess he knows. Okay, all right. But you can absolutely. How to helmet stream early. Modulate the natural immune response of their animal hosts in a way to evade immune surveillance and immune challenge. Indirectly, immune modulation of remission to cure pre-existing allergic or immune mediated diseases in the host. 2008. Uh-oh. All right, well, leave that on the other stream. Everything was fine here. I don't know what the hell. Yeah, leave that on the other stream. I don't know what's going on. I don't want to know. All right, let's see. Let's see here. Bam, 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 bam. Let's try to find one more. Okay. Uh-oh, this says it'll keep you up at night. Hello from the great state of Maine. What up, Cheryl?
Thanks to Brilliant for supporting this whole week of SciShow. Go to brilliant.org/SciShow to learn more. Of all the strategies life has developed for survival, parasitism is among the most popular. A parasite is an organism that makes its living taking resources from another, called the host. Parasites give nothing back and often harm the host in the process. Scientists have estimated that anywhere between a third and a half of all life on Earth
is parasitic. A third to half of all life on Earth is parasitic.
There's still a lot we don't understand. What we do know is that the unique challenges and opportunities.
So there's a lot more parasites on Earth than we know about.
The evolution of some truly strange and sometimes disturbing features. Fair warning: some of what you are about to hear is pretty gross. So if you're on the squeamish side, this might not be the list show for you. Case in point, the first parasite on our list is a crustacean that latches onto a fish's tongue and lives in its mouth. They're often called tongue-biting isopods, and they belong to a group of crustaceans called cymathoids. This group includes many species that attack fish, usually infecting skin, muscles, or gills, feeding on the fish's nutritious fluids. But species in the genus Cymathoa have a particularly disturbing habit of
was
going
here earlier. It's after the business listening.
Yeah,
listen, it should. It absolutely should.
First come, first served sort of engagement.
It absolutely should freak you out. Listen. We're too accepting of our medical institutions and our government and not accepting enough of information like this that this shit exists. This is nature. The worst thing that technology teaches us is that we've overcome previous problems. And just because we might overcome some problems doesn't mean that we haven't overcome this. We haven't overcome parasitic infection. We haven't overcome any of that, right? At all. Like we do have parasite control, but why isn't everybody using it? Why aren't they giving it to everybody? Why do people like the Amish do parasite cleanses every 3 months, but we don't even know it? We haven't even heard anything about it. All right, like why isn't it like basic running your body properly should be in elementary school? We have sex ed in like every freaking class nowadays. That's all right, brother Mark. We have sex ed in math class and shit all the time, but we don't teach kids about parasites. We teach them about some STDs, and you know there's a new STD that's a parasite now that's broke out so bad in Texas that yeah, that's why, right, absolutely. A new parasite, STI, I think they call it. Parasite STD in Texas. Parasite. And this is just people banging with no freaking, trichomoniasis. Trich is what they call it. You trick. This is the most common curable parasitic STD caused by Trichomoniasis vaginalis. It's prevalent in Texas, often spreading through sexual contact without symptoms, causing itching, discharge, burning in both men and women. It's curable with antibiotic. Right, but why was it old and why is it now new? And why is it so easily spread? And listen, if you're getting this one and they're curing it with antibiotics, not antiparasitics. So why aren't they using antiparasitics? Why? Because it would get rid of all of your parasites, right? I have an uncontrollable weight loss the last 10 months. Doc tells me everything, but now, of course, no, absolutely, you haven't been tested for parasites. Absolutely not. Cheryl, do you know? Go to my website and get this right here. Yeah, inside everything. Hey, Ron, I heard you have ease the parasite cleanse because if you kill them off fast, you can throw your body into a type of shock. I'm looking for a cleanse. This is what I recommend. This is all food, and I understand what you're talking about. So this isn't a 3-day cleanse. This is a 30-day cleanse, and it's just a lot of food. Here, let me read it off to you real quick. So it's fennel seed, marshmallow root, black walnut, pumpkin seed, slippery elm, wormwood herb, clove bud, garlic bulb, oregano oil, peppermint oil, and it's a broad spectrum anti-parasitic. So it's a lot. Like some anti-parasitics you get pharmaceutically are just flatworms. Some are just intestinal worms. And this will the whole thing. I guarantee I have parasites because no matter how much I eat, my stomach feels like it's devouring itself. Yeah, guarantee. It's. I can't give you a guarantee, but if I felt like you like that, I would guarantee. And if you're always exhausted, you have parasites eating your food, eating your nutrition. I mean, I don't want to say food, but that's basically what it is. Yeah, everybody does. Yeah, right. So yeah, he's in Brazil. Monk's in Brazil, and you do it twice a year, right? Fenbendazole or menbendazole, feces sample, and so on. There you go. Right. And listen, why wouldn't we? Why would we not? We grow our food in human poop. Look, Milorganite. Milorganite is a popular 85% organic slow-release nitrogen fertilizer produced from heat-dried microbes that digested wastewater. You know what that means? They use human poop in wastewater treatment plants. Safe for lawns, plants, and pets. It promotes steady growth, adds iron for deep greening, won't burn plants, acts as a natural deterrent for deer and rabbits. Do you know why? Because deer and rabbits stay away from humans, and human poop and pee is a deterrent. I like how they say it. Popular and all organic, natural, all natural organic fertilizer made from heat-dried microbes that have digested organic matter in Milwaukee's wastewater. Their micronutrients are harvested dry, high-temperature kilns, produced into granules, slow-release nutrients primarily on top of lawns. Absolutely wackadoodle. We do a feces test, but that's for people over 50 for bowel cancer. Right. And they wait till then. They wait till you're over 50 and you have, or I guess they're checking for bowel cancer. Parasites and bowel cancer. Certain parasites are recognized as human carcinogens, with some intestinal infections linked to an increased risk of possessions of colorectal cancer. While specific parasites, CRC's links are studied, other liver flukes establish cause for bile duct cancer. So how many other cancers? Yeah, turbo cancers, right? You definitely need. So if you've gotten inoculated from CNI, you want to take something called bromelain. Okay, so bromelain is an enzyme in pineapples, and if you've heard about the whole spike protein thing, so the COVID jab will create just spike proteins. All coronaviruses have a spike protein shell, and that's how it injects itself into other cells. Okay, so you can okay. It's mandatory for kids here because of B12 deficiency wrecks brain development. Good thing they're doing that. Good thing they're doing that in freaking Brazil and not in America. All right. Okay. So bromelain. Okay, and then we'll say bromelain and spike protein. So bromelain from pineapple shows potential in degrading, and it says straight here, SARS-CoV-2. That's let me zoom in for you guys. That's the COVID-19 spike protein inhibiting viral entry into cells. inhibiting viral entry into cells. So wouldn't you want that? Wouldn't you want to make it so that the COVID or all coronaviruses can't become the virus won't be a virus anymore? And all you need to do is have a good amount of bromelain in your system so that when it enters your system, it just dissolves the outside entrance layer or effective layer. Yeah. 3790 next. Yeah. 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 But anyway, yeah. So you and your families, you guys should be taking two a day. And these are big, and they're not, it's not expensive. This is like a shitload. Well, this is okay. It's usually $20 a bottle. This is $23, and this is a bunch. I think it's 120 capsules. Yeah, it's 120, and do what you want. Do what you want, right? Absolutely. Waiting for the next upgrade. It'll be here. But it's this stuff that pisses me off here. It's this stuff that pisses me off right here. That there's no daily required amount. Like we don't need that. You know, because they don't care. They don't care. It's not going to do anything good for them. It's not going to make them more money. But yeah, you guys. So disabling the way for coronaviruses or to colds, flus, all that from entering your body is great. You should. That's great, right? That's great. That's what we want. So, and this will do that. Why not take that, right? And the thing is, if you have taken it, you're going to, in some cases, it will create more of those proteins than are needed for the body. This will dissolve them. Did you play in Joker? I did not. I didn't even work it. I didn't even work for it. I don't even take 2 a day. I take 2 every other day. And you can look at my history of live streams. I ain't missed a day in a year. Well, probably 6 months or so. No, probably almost a year. Yeah. I don't watch it. Yeah, we're gonna start watching one. Have you ever been on the eye of a hurricane? No. Dumb. Did you give me gum? Dude, sometimes it would be appreciated if you talk about med beds sometime. Med beds? Sure, we can talk about whatever. Yeah. Spoik protein, mate. Spoik protein, mate. We can talk about that now if you want. All right. So here's a very interesting. Well, hold on. Let's find. So. All right. So here's France. Okay. Let's see what France has to say about it, and then we'll get into it. It's so crazy. I mean, maybe we should make a thing. 118 deaths in South Lebanon from Israel. Yeah, well, brother, how come you don't talk about the amount of deaths in America? You know, I mean, there's been more people in America killed in freaking Detroit and Chicago than the entire war. Listen, we don't even stop the murder here. I don't want to hear about it everywhere else. I'm not saying about from you. I'm just talking about from the government. Like, it's like they lie and they say, oh, our murder rates are going down, but they're not zero. They're not zero. Oh, they're on a downward trend. They're not zero. Right? And they're just going to be like, oh, well, yeah, they don't give a shit if people die. We just got gang problems in all these freaking states, and there's like 300, 400 people a year die. How many people were murdered in America last year? Right. Well, you would think so. 14,000 people died for the year, which is a significant decline of 21%. And like we go like right now in war, like 3 Americans have been killed, and it's like they don't care about killing people. You know, they don't do anything to stop it here. I don't understand why people think 3 people got killed in my city last year. Let's see what happened in Atlanta. $98 last year. Lowest since 2018, right? COVID-19, it dropped. The first time it dropped below 100 since COVID-19. 40% decrease. Yeah, it's crazy. There needs to be, America's quite odd as far as first world countries go, closer to Russia, Western Europe. I thought, though, I suppose they're dangerous to do these days. Yeah, right. No, they are. And the big thing is the cartels, the mobs, and the gangs. Absolutely. I mean, it's super obvious, Republican or Democrat. It's super obvious that we have a gang problem. We've got and like what just last year, in September, October last year, 4 of the mob families that we thought were gone in America were found that they run most of the prostitution, and the gambling sites. Mobs busted for betting in America, September 2025. October 2025. FBI 30 arrests, doing 4 crime families, including NBA figures. The investigation, 2 schemes: rigged poker games and illegal sports betting. And then when you start to read into it, the mob owns a bunch of those betting sites on like people use on their phone, and they're rigged. They're rigged. They just let people lose money. I think it's pushed a narrative to expose the genocide. Most Brazilian. That's good for any U.S. city over 10K. Yeah. Gambino. Where are they at? Bonanno, Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchese. So the 4 huge crime families that we thought were gone in the 80s are alive and well. And supposedly this is one of the reasons why Las Vegas has got such low visitorship now. Like they're trying to take the crime families out, which supposedly they already did, but obviously they didn't. And they're all online. Now. A lot of the girls, there was this huge bust, 500 girls OnlyFans. Girls aged 16 to 24. Yes, 16. That were they were working for the some cartels and some mobs that were basically like, it was like indentured servitude for prostitution. Girls that wanted to get from other countries, not just south of the border, all over the world. They wanted to come to America, and so they got flown from like France or Italy or whatever to South America, and they got brought across the border. But then they got put into prostitution. They've been put on OnlyFans. They've been put on what's that dating site? Tinder. And then they would like ask guys for money right away, or they would go out on dates and prostitute themselves. Like, hey, I'll hang out with you for $100, and then that $100 or $500 or whatever it was goes to their pimp. And it's like all this is so super huge, and we didn't no idea like why is dating so hard, because the dating sites and everything. And then we found all of this they don't just disappear. They allocate heads to run the shows. Scientists have been researching cancer treatments with RNA and spike proteins 10 years. They found the spreads of cancer. Yeah, they know it. So one of these big things about OnlyFans is a pyramid scheme. It's like Rubbermaid, Tupperware, Avon stuff, and Mary Kay. And so what they do is they get a girl to start. They have her start one. And they take street money, drug money and stuff like that. And then they have guys just start like Cash App accounts and other standard accounts like that they can just put small amounts, $10,000 in. And then they'll be the whales. So they'll say, oh, you're so beautiful. Here's $8,000. but they're not giving her $8,000. They're laundering the money from street dollars to digital dollars because now she can pay taxes on that, and then that can go to the people that actually set her up in the site, and they're laundering money that way through this. So then she can show and say, I made $10,000 last week. Use this link, you girls can join too, and then a whole bunch of girls join under her, and then in the OnlyFans thing, it shares the percentages up. So for every person that you sign up under you get 10% of, and for any people that they sign up, you get 5% of, and then anybody that they sign up, you get 1% of. So down the pyramid, and then so you can get hundreds and hundreds of people, and then make your own money. So the money is being laundered through to inflate the number that it says on the screen when they share and say, hey, look, I'm making $10,000 a week. And it's just bull crap. It's bull crap, and it's getting a lot of girls wrapped up in this because it's like, wow, I want money like that, and also, but it's all astroturf. It's lies. That's my subject. There's a new Stallone show about my stepfather, uncle, the head of the Provenzano crime family. Many stories. I'm sure you got stories. I'm running down the road trying to loosen my load. I got 7 women on my mind. Yep. Yeah, Amway, right? Yeah, same type of thing. Prostitution pyramid scheme. How odd, supposedly things. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what. OnlyFans pyramid scheme. Talent agencies, OnlyFans creators, talent agencies operate similar to a pyramid schemes using referral programs, earning high to recruit new creators, forming a downline that benefits the top recruiters. So yeah, that's what it is. And so how do you get a girl to screen share her pay off of OnlyFans? And how do you, and like I just said, how you can launder money. So you can work with the girl and you say, I'm going to send you a bunch of money. I want you to send me 90% of it back. So you got all this cash from selling stuff on the streets, and you got to be able to get it into the actual financial system. You got to launder it, and this is what they do. And then there's big numbers to be shown, and it's like, look, I didn't even take my clothes off. It's just me in a bra or whatever. And then other girls are like, wow. And then they sign up, and they're like, I'm just gonna wear bikinis. And they're like, I only made $3. Well, maybe I'll take my top off. Maybe I'll take, and then it just boom, 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 boom. Tulsa. Yeah, I saw a couple episodes of that. In 1987, he gave me a $100 bill one of the 2 times I met him. Stallone. That was nice of him. But yeah, it's so crazy. It's so crazy that they do this to our young girls. And it's like the average tax return for an OnlyFans model is $108 a month. $108. And then like you look at what's his face? Who's the guy that freaking Epstein, like what he was doing. So imagine you have all of these girls that now have a digital footprint. So if in the future any of these girls get into a position of power, you can say, hey, I still got these old pictures, even though they deleted them from the internet. And then you've got all this blackmail for freaking the next 50 years. That's what Epstein was doing. You know, he was getting people what they wanted. OnlyFans always struck me as predatory. I feel bad for all the 18-25-year-olds who are owning futures. Yeah, I do too. And the thing is, it gets even worse. Did you hear about those girls that go over to the Middle East? They call it like Dubai porta potties. They have like these guys that just poop on them, and apparently, and they give them like 10 grand, and they're called Dubai porta potties. Dubai porta potties. Not buy porta potties, Dubai. The Dubai porta potty phenomenon, disturbing allegations in viral social media reports, extreme sexual abuse, humiliation, and the exploitation of women, often influencers, models, and young travelers. So you've got these women, these OnlyFans and Instagram models that get flued out, and then they just and there's this one girl who like they broke her back, they broke her arms and legs. And she was like a French model, Dubai porta potty French model, broken back. Okay, here it is. Maria Kovalchuk, a 20-year-old Ukrainian OnlyFans. Okay, Ukrainian. OnlyFans creator and model who found critically injured on a roadside March 2025 after going missing for 10 days. She suffered a broken spine, shattered legs, a severe head injury, and she was scalped. They scalped her. So to them, you're nothing but a piece of freaking horse meat. Initially in a coma, 10 major surgeries, may never walk again. She vanished after telling friends she was attending a hotel party with men posing as modeling agents. The porta potty connection. While early reports linked her injuries to the porta potty, influencers allegedly paid for degrading acts with wealthy clients. She claimed she was tortured by a group of Russian men and women at a private party, not Emiratis. I watched an interview with a young woman who's one of the richest in the world and now 82 million a month. Yeah. Did you see her numbers though? Listen, a lot of that, like a lot of this, the boxer stuff, like the boxers that say they've made $1 billion, it's all lies. No one sees the checks. They just say they make all this money. It's not real. It's not like what's the guy's name? Money. Or what's the guy's name? The richest boxer in the world says he's made like $1.4 billion boxing, making $100 million. It's not real. It's not real. And like a lot of these girls that say that, they just say it so other girls will sign up under them to get. And these things were set up. The guy that just died, the OnlyFans owner guy, the 43-year-old died of cancer. He set this up to tell these. It was part of their contract. Floyd Mayweather, Money Mayweather. I didn't time anybody out. Who got timed out? I didn't time anybody out. Originally stalking, man. These idiots following me everywhere. Yeah, what are you doing, dude? Don't time anybody out. What'd you do that for? All right, let's see. So I hate porta potty. Sounds like a worm parasitic worms, a physical illustration of demonic possession. I have to agree. Imagine that. Imagine you introduce it into your body and it's making you do things. And the people that on the internet, you hear them talking, that they advertise their mental health struggles. Right, and it's like they don't have any issues with it. Like it's okay but they haven't tried anything but go to a doctor, which is what we're told to do. Like if you Google, I've got these problems, it's gonna say go see a doctor, and you go see a doctor, and they don't check for any of the. There was something about Roblox being used for. Yeah. There's a bunch of lawsuits now, and they're setting up this huge like $1 billion class action. All right, what am I doing? What am I doing? I forgot what I was looking at now. Where am I at? Yeah, but this shit, people get into. It sounds so easy. Okay. Oh, Floyd Mayweather money issues. Fake pay. Let's see. Where's it at? Money Mayweather. Am I not saying it right? Oh, dumb. Okay. My great-grandfather lost half of our family's land in a card game with soldiers. He borrowed $120,000 to buy it back. What up, Tony? Hold on, freaking wackadoodle space guy. Hold on. What is this? Oh, that's from like freaking 2 days ago. I gotta start shutting down some of these. Oh, I gotta start shutting down some of these tabs. That's why him wanting to start boxing again because he's in debt. Yeah, right. Yeah, I was trying to see if I can find. Oh, damn it. I think this is it. Okay, where's it at? Here it is. Here you go.
It's online that Floyd's a billionaire.
You think it's bullshit?
I know it is. They're claiming he was doing $100 million a fight, and I'm claiming he in his whole career has made about $100 million. Mike Tyson, to put in perspective, when he fought Michael Spinks, that was the biggest fight of all time. When that fight happened, one got $30 million and one got $29. No boxer's ever made $130 million in one night.
The Google search is saying $250 million against Manny Pacquiao.
It's a comical number. $250 million to go and box? From where would he possibly have gotten that money?
Just pay-per-view buys, right? If you do 3 million pay-per-view buys, that's $60.
There's reports online that Floyd's a
Right, there you go.
billionaire.
3 million pay-per-view views at $60 a view. That's $180 million, but the pay-per-view company's going to get half. So there's no $250 million. They just say it. They just say it. The big printed out checks, you can't cash them. They're just saying it out of their mouths. What up, Milton? Phone, wallet, and keys. Yeah, so it's like who's signing the checks? They're just saying it. And then like how is he in such debt? He owes like $40 million in back pay. That's nothing. He should like on $1 billion. On $1 billion, you know what the interest is on that? Just by having it in a not even a good investment account, in like a standard bank account, you'll get like 3%. That's $300 million. Am I doing my math right? Yes, $30 million. $30 million a year. 100 million, 3% would be 3 million. So $1 billion would be 30 million. Yes, I want to know why people aren't protesting all the 360 million kids, 300 million kids missing. I don't understand. 330,000, I think you're talking about. Yeah, 350,000 kids went missing. Yes, yeah. And what do you think's happening with them? Plus they had to sign in. Right. So they can just lie. They can just say things out of their mouth. Don King ripped off many boxers. What? Yep, absolutely. It's all about the image called Monopoly cash. Boxing back in the day was mostly run by the money. Yeah, and I think it still is. I think it absolutely. Well, why would it not be? Why would it still not be? Right? Like they're running all the gambling, and the guy, the coach, and a couple of the players in the NBA were taking falls and throwing games, and it was set up from the highest points. Because they're making, listen, if you get 1 million people to bet $10 on a game, that's $10 million. If you as a basketball player making $30 million a season, if you throw one game and you get half of that, or even 1 million of it, right? I mean, like and that's $10 bets. Imagine if some people are betting 100, some might be betting 5,000, some people betting 20,000, and you're losing all of it because it's already set. You have it worked. And this is the tale as old as time. Yeah, he was the most royal of all thieves. Watch MX. What's MX? Royal flush.
Amazon offers hourly employees health care on day one for the.
You know, we're told all these numbers of what McGregor and Mayweather did.
Spears.
And
Max Spears.
Those guys wanted a rematch. They wanted a rematch right away. They want a rematch to this day. The promoters said, they got their asses kicked. Those promoters got crushed on that fight.
Why? Because the guarantees to Mayweather and McGregor were so high.
They screwed up.
Interesting.
I had heard the term fake news. In fact, Donald Trump, as he was running for the presidency, coined this phrase, fake news. Yeah. Like, why is he saying that? What does that even mean? You can trust the news. There's no such thing as fake news.
Uh-oh.
I'm working for ESPN. We're broadcasting the Mayweather-McGregor fight live. And to this day, they will tell you that's a record. That's the biggest fight ever. That thing was sold out. That place was, people were dressed up as empty seats. And I mean thousands of people.
No.
I bought my mother's ticket that day. That day, my mother decides that she wants to go to the fight. So I'm in there and I'm telling the world that this place is sold out because that's what's on the screen.
Teleprompter.
It's not even close. This isn't like, it's pretty much this isn't. There's thousands of empty seats. That was the first time that
when did he say that was?
My own life I ever just, wow, fake news is real.
Wow.
And then Mayweather, they wanted a rematch. They were begging. They were doing more media trying to get a rematch than they did leading into the first match. And the guys that wrote the checks.
But why didn't it sell out? I mean, it's such two big draws. They promoted it so well.
All anybody was talking about.
Yeah, there's still a number.
Yeah.
I mean, no matter how big a draw is, there's still a number. If this guy got 100 million, this guy got
Don
100
King
million,
got
they got
ordered
to advertise it, promote it.
court to pay back money to a boxer. He was quoted to say he'll never see a dime and tie him up in courts for the rest of his life because he would set a dangerous precedent. I got you. Yeah, no.
You got to bring
It's the guarantees that kill everything. If they were
I
just
do
getting
recall
percentages,
it.
then obviously everybody
You're
would
saying the
make money.
seats were empty. I can understand it not making the money, but the seats being empty seems seems
peculiar.
crazy.
Yeah, and there's nothing in the world where you have a pay-per-view hit that didn't have a live audience hit. Like if your live audience is your first focus group, isn't sold out, you didn't do pay-per-view numbers.
Sure.
But boxing will still claim that to this day. They still to this day claim that that's number one. And if you want to be the biggest pay-per-view
let them
in
eat
boxing
bread,
history,
yeah.
all you have to do is claim it. There is nobody from DirecTV, Time Warner, Cox. There is nobody that has ever backed those numbers.
So you're
Nobody
saying-
no executive has ever come out and said these numbers are true. Whoever writes the press release that
Right.
claims this was the number.
Right. So imagine that. Imagine you're a new hire. You got a job you didn't deserve to get. And you want to make it seem like you did the best possible. I'm doing the promotion for this fight. And then you're writing the press release, or your buddy is, and whatever, and you're saying it sold out. It was the best thing ever. So then you can go on the rest of your career saying, I was the person that made this the best fight ever, the best sold out, the best rock concert, the best rap concert. And that's all fake too. They were taking street money and buying streams. So you had these rappers that had 1 billion streams on Spotify that went to sell a concert and they couldn't sell 10 seats to their concert. It was all AstroTurf. People are buying virality. They say 95% of people on the internet that make money off the internet buy their numbers, buy their streams. Like I get like every couple of minutes on Twitch, I get buy live viewers. Absolutely. So and then we'll watch this in a second, but Kick CEO about buying viewers. But okay. Yeah, here you go.
Every single person who view-botted from the KPP program, the reality is there wouldn't be many people left.
Kick CEO Eddie reveals 1,500 streamers were removed from KPP program for botting and system abuse, and they are still removing 10 to 20 streamers a week. Let's hear it from him himself.
Is Kick still banning 100 streamers a week from abusing KPP? So I think a while back we just mentioned that.
So we actually...
So check this out. So on Kick, a lot of the people are sponsored by gambling sites. So if say you own a gambling site and you've already got hundreds of millions of dollars and you sponsor a streamer and the streamer only gets what do I got now? 10 people? They only get 10 people in the stream. And then so you buy 1,000 for them for like $50. So it seems like, oh, this is so popular. Everybody, this is so great. And the numbers look nice and high. And the way that Twitch and Kick work is the more viewers you have, the higher up the list you are. So if I bought 1,000 viewers on Twitch right now, I would get 1,000 more because then people would actually see me and I'd be on that list. But I don't do any of that shit. So a lot of people AstroTurf and like 1,500 of the 3,000, that's more than half, plus a couple of 20 to 30 extra a week. So these people are doing it to art. Even what's his face? Really popular Kick streamer. What's his name? Not Alec Allen. What the hell's his name? Oh, damn it. Can't remember his name. but he's a gambling streamer. He even said that he was boosting his own numbers. So once they took away his bots, because he called it inflating his numbers. I can't remember his name. No, what the hell is his name? He was making $1 million a month, and they dropped it to $200,000 a month because all of those numbers that they were paying him for were fake. So he was paying $10,000 to $20,000 buying fake viewers, and they were paying him for that way more, like $7 a thousand. So he was only paying like $1 or $2 per thousand and getting a $7 per thousand return. Aiden Ross, yes, Aiden Ross. Yeah, Aiden Ross and Neon, but Aiden Ross. Here, let's finish this first.
We've started.
Like Troy Jones. Yeah, went to the Entourage, Walmart, 11 p.m. at night. 26 years, nice guy. Surprised I didn't ask for his autograph. Yeah, they sell viewers. Yeah, everybody does. Listen. I've got one. I'm at 2,000 subs, and I'm getting talks with brands right now. And when I talked to them, they said they used to do at 20,000 subs, but they saw that the people with 20,000 subs didn't do any conversions, which means nobody was clicking on the links. If nobody's clicking on the links, they're not real people. So I've got 2,100 real subscribers, actual human beings that click the subscribe button. I didn't buy subs. Most people do. They can't handle the hit to the ego that they're not viral. And I'm not worried about it. I'm trying to grow something over a couple of years because I want something kick ass to change the world. I don't want to say, look how popular I am. Look how many girls think the nose is hot, but whatever. But think about the people that have to use filters that cannot handle the ego hit that they're not viral. They just buy the virality, and sometimes it works because if you buy virality and then you get viral, like somebody says, oh my God, that's got 1 million views. I should watch it too. And it works. It absolutely works. I just won't do it, right? Take your wig off. I don't got a wing. You're worth 10,000 viewers. I think I'll get there, brother. Yeah, Aiden Ross. We'll look at that in just a second. Conversions, you say. Peep my last comment. I can't watch Max Spears' interview. Don't forget. I won't, bro. I love everybody. Bro made me stop. Hold on. Bro made me stop cocaine. Well, there you go, brother. Canada is finished. Carney liberals have attacked the majority. Thought that the black rooms will have to betray their constituents. They love betraying their constituents. They make money and it's based off bunk data. Right. So if you can pay less for viewers than you get, it makes sense. If you can pay $3 a thousand and you get paid $7 a thousand, that's $4 profit, right? Per thousand. Take that away. Oh, we just allow your head. Is that really the last comment? It says, yeah. No, I don't see it.
See like a big drop off in people like trying to abuse the system. So, we're going to continue that initiative. We are still removing probably about 10 to 20 people a week. Again, we're mainly focusing on the serial abusers. I think, we talk about this very openly. Right. I think that's the great thing about Kick Talk. We're very transparent. We're very open.
It is.
We know that in live streaming, there is a lot of view botting. That's the reality. If we banned every single person who view botted from the KPP program, the reality is there wouldn't be many people left. That's the reality. It's the harsh reality.
So most people view bot. Think about how these chats can get pretty fast and hard to keep up with. And imagine if there was 1,000 more people in here. This is why I don't even a lot of people, if they've got 200 and it says 1,200, they don't get a lot more. Like I look at my numbers and I look at their numbers and my numbers look at their numbers except for view count. Like because amount of interaction and the amount of people that actually post and say things to people that have 1,000 more viewers per stream than me, it's about the same. Like they got like 5% more when they should have a hell of a lot more. YouTube is much like TV now. The drug ads, influencers using their same vernacular on shows. It is. Oh yeah, dude. Canada's done, dude. Dunzo. I like the streams with lowest viewership, better confirmation. I agree. Monks and bot.
It's a problem. I say the Kick. It's a problem with all social media.
All social media
has a botting problem. That's the reality. And if people don't realize that, then you're living in a false reality.
Right.
And you have to. I think we're mainly focused on some of the massive abusers of that, and we've been removing their KPP. We'll continue to do so.
Yeah. That's
sending a message that
this is the thing. I want to help people. If I bought 1,000 views, I'm not going to help anybody. I'm going to hurt myself and I'm going to hurt my community. I'm here to try to help people. So I don't want my number to say 1,000 and then people come in just to be like 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", or whatever. Because that's what'll happen. The people that need help will get here, and then you can share it with people that need help, and we'll help as many people as we can over the next couple years. Rich bought me. A lot of channels I watch say they're being shadow banned, amongst other things, not making as much money. Yeah, so there was a bunch of info today about how because the midterms are coming up, the only channels getting pushes are the channels that are getting that are political.
We just don't like that way of working. It is cheating. It's the sad
It's
reality.
cheating,
It is
right.
cheating. You know, using viewbots is cheating. You're cheating your way to the top of the directory. You're trying to overtake
Right, so the
people.
directory is listed by view number, the number of views. So if you're live streaming and you've only got 3 viewers, you're freaking at the bottom with the other 6,000 people that have 0, 1, 2, or 3 viewers, right? And then the people that buy 1,000 views are way up at the top, even when viewer number 1 comes in.
And we don't appreciate that. We don't.
I think this is well said. Kick has its problem.
Aiden Ross view botting. Aiden Ross exposed 2 days. Let me see if I can find it. View botting. Yeah, more short video. 90%.
You bot? If you guys really think that Kick itself doesn't bot, if Twitch itself doesn't bot, you're a moron. 85-90% of streamers are botted. It's just facts. I don't know why anyone's even surprised. I'll vocally admit that. Of course it's all botted. If you guys think I would have 50,000 fucking viewers, like when these Twitch streamers get caught view botting and shit, they have poop faces and shit. I don't give a fuck.
Right. So he's botting too, right? They're just getting pushed because YouTube wants to flip the House and the Senate. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, right. Yeah, they want to make money. They want to make as much money as they can, and they want the politics and the politicians to be able to help them to make as much money as they can. You know, is there a way to pass my social security number to someone if I die early? It happens. It happens all the time. You can buy bulks of people, especially in cities that have high gang problems. So we're talking about the mob. So the mob will have ties with the coroners, and the people that die on the streets, they'll get marked as injured, not dead, and then they'll be permanently injured. So, but they're actually dead. So then you get a social security check, a disability check. You get a vote sent to you, because now you're injured, so you get mail-in voting. So say over the past 10 years, you've got 300 people a year dying in gang wars, and you collaborate all, just say a quarter of those as not dead, right? So then you've got, okay, say a third, says makes it math either. So $100 a year. So you got 1,000 votes, and at a local election, 1,000 votes can swing it. So you're saying whoever wants it, Republican or Democrat, whatever one pays the most money will win, because at a local election for the freaking head of the library or whatever, and then so that's it, and that's actually what's going on. And then imagine how that goes as it scales up, because the same gangs are in every city, the same gang family. Yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. Dude, 5 comments in a row. Your moderator jacking me here. No, I'm not. No, it would say message removed. It's YouTube's not saying it. YouTube's not showing it. If somebody removed it, it'll say who removed it. There you go. What up, TWC? Right. So all of this stuff. This is why I tell people, do not disrupt public personal relationships over politics. It's fake. It's fake. It's not Republican versus Democrat. There's Republicans running as Democrats and Democrats running as Republicans. It's the people that will pay to win running as whatever party they need to run as to win in that area. Because people will vote blue no matter who, and if you run as blue, you'll get elected in. And red no matter what, and then if you run as a Republican, you'll get elected in. So this is why they call rhinos and dinos, Republican in name only and Democrat in name only. And there's people that actually say it. So if there's some people that are saying it, how many people aren't? Fake Republican running as Democrat.
I'm not a real Republican. Like, I'm telling people the truth. I knock on a door and I say I'm running in the Republican primary, but I'm not a Republican. I'm a progressive. I'm running as a Republican in the Republican primary for congressional district.
Right, because she
14,
wants
because
to
that is
win.
where actual competition happens.
That's where the
in our
competition
gerrymandering
is. She
districts.
wants
It
to
happens
win.
in the primaries.
So
Like,
she won't win as a Democrat, so she's just running as a Republican. So all of this stuff, all these people, I hate the Republicans, only vote Democrat. Well, you're dumb. You're dumb because you're going to vote a Republican in as a Democrat. Because you've got if you're going to be in this game, you've got to do your research. You've got to say, who is this person really? So a lot of people that are going to vote Republican no matter what are going to vote for this girl because they're going to have no idea she's not a real Republican, right? So and if you don't think that it's happening and people not being dumb enough to say it out loud, she thinks being honest is the way in, and she's done. But no. Okay, Aiden Ross. Okay, let me see. Losing money. Okay, let me see if I can find it. All right. So right, so he loses that's a $500,000 bet. But see, these things too, these $500,000 bets, he's working with a company. He's working with a company where he's placing the bet. They're giving him the money. It's fake money. And then he bets it and then he loses it. But he could never cash that out because that's part of the stream deal, right? Monty Cook, voting. Heads down in a booth, just giant energy harvest ritual. Okay, let's see. Right, so Aiden Ross is dropped from 80,000 viewers to 900. So he never even had 1,000. Well, maybe he did at some point, but he doesn't have 1,000 people in his stream, right? And like, if I can see how many people came through this stream just while we were here, analytics. So I've had 273 people in this stream. 273 is how many people has been in this stream, right? So if you look at the numbers after it goes up, it'll say 273, right? And then you have concurrent viewers and you have viewers, and you can decide which one you want to show. But if I were married 10 years and more in divorce, you can collect your ex's survivor's benefits when you retire in Maine. How about Jake Luke and Mike Tyson's stupid fight last year? Yeah, that was disappointment. That was a disappointment. Right. So this is the thing that makes people quit. Right? Like, so if you're like, man, I can't get over 20 viewers. Well, okay. What's wrong with that? Because people, that's not how you get paid. Right? But people are worried about, just like men need numbers, women need filters. Right? So men are buying numbers, women are buying filters. And it's like, and it draws them in. If their numbers don't go up, they do something different. They show off more skin. They get more muscles. Whatever people do generally, and it's fake. Think about the people that are getting plastic surgeries and stuff like that to look better on the internet, and they think they look better when their numbers go up. So they're fake. You're looking at people with 5 million subscribers that bought 4.5 million of them. Yeah, no, nothing is real. And we've got to teach our kids this, because there's kids dying from trying to get viral shots to go viral on TikTok, but you get virality. Look, the reason the gang life got so big is because people had so much money from selling drugs and they were buying views and subscribers. And then this is how so many rappers that sucked got so big. Oh yeah, I was telling you about that. Rappers can't sell 10 seats. Several rappers had significant challenges, like Drake and Kanye can sell. Others struggle to fill venues. Where's the one? Lil Baby, Lil Durk, Trippie Redd, DaBaby sold just 10 tickets per city. 10 tickets per city. So they're not as big off the internet as they appeared on the internet because they were buying their virality. This is why, like, when people are asking me, they expect me to have more. This is why, because people buy it. Everything's fake. There's not going to be 10,000 people in a live stream for a wackadoo. You know, yeah. And then, so if Twitch wants to look good, they want to sell to advertisers. They want to say we get 100,000 people per hour. And that's bullshit too. They don't do that. I mean, maybe around the world, you know, maybe if you add in everywhere. But yeah, it's all botted.
Gets the rest.
So you're saying that's not the highest grossing?
That's right. That's right, but it sat as number one until, or in reverse order, but that you did a Pacquiao versus Mayweather that went number, and this one, it's just a press release. Whoever puts that press release and sends it out, never has a company that's publicly traded had an executive back those numbers. They're all lies.
Wow.
Now, how do
They're
you know
all
if this
lies.
is the truth, or you're just running game?
Well, I guess you could Google it. I don't know what the incentive would be. I'm more just trying to share something.
We're going to see the claim.
That's interesting. Yeah, you'll see the claim.
Fake news. It's
You see the fake news.
Yeah,
you can't trust the news.
I'll tell you one thing you won't see though. You will not see, and there's FEC rules on it. You can't be an executive of a public leadership company and lie. You can't do that publicly. You can't even tweet about it. Elon Musk found that out the hard way. But you won't find anybody to back.
If the second biggest fight, or technically the first biggest, is Mayweather, and maybe the third or fourth biggest is McGregor, why would the two of them together not be the first?
I think that they did a really good night. I'm just sharing with you that the promoters that put that on had an opportunity to rematch it. They had both the fighters, which generally is the hardest thing that you've got, right? We'd have John Jones and Francis against each other if we could have got the fighters to do it. We had both the fighters, the McGregor and the Mayweather. We begging to do a rematch. And that was when we found out that Conor could go with him, right? People thought going into that first one, Conor was going to get wiped out, myself included. He ended up being very competitive. So we had more evidence. Sequels have always, or at least traditionally, done better than the original. And they still wouldn't sign off and rematch it, man. Those guys did not do the business that they tell you they did. No. And they made a bunch of money. But to your point, Andrew, the guarantees were too high. They made a mistake. And they weren't willing to make it twice.
Yeah, because Floyd's not entering the ring for less than 100.
Yep.
So you got to clear that.
I get it not making money, but empty seats just seems crazy.
Yeah, the empty seats is wild.
Well, and not to mention that could be proven, right? You just take the camera. You don't have to tell the audience it's sold out. Just take the camera and show us if it's sold out. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Right. Why do they have to say it's a sold out audience? Why don't they just show it? Right? They just say words out of their mouth hole.
I'll tell you one that's interesting. Floyd Mayweather, just before he became Floyd, he was Pretty Boy Floyd, in fact, at the time. The year was 2005, Portland, my hometown, and he fought Shambae Mitchell, who was a former world champion. So they fought
the tassel shorts.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
Good memory, by the way. Gooseman promoted that, and it was on HBO.
Yes. And now it's very easy to do.
Athletic Commission.
Yeah.
So I got assigned to Floyd's locker room. So by the time he wraps his hands, he cannot leave my sight, including if he has to go to the bathroom.
You're an official on
Yeah,
the
that's
fight?
right. I got the official. I got the badge, which is a directive of the Oregon State Police. Okay. So I'm in the official capacity, and I'm a fighter. I'm an aspiring fighter. This is a big honor for me. And I get Floyd's locker room, and he cannot leave my. Once he wraps his hands and I initial it, even if he wants to go to the bathroom, I either have to cut those off and re-put them on, or I go with him and.
Did you go watch him pee? I'm curious.
He didn't actually do it.
Packing.
Yeah, he didn't.
Did you watch him pee?
He sat there the entire time, and Guzman's son kept coming to the back, and he was giving countdowns. Hey, it's 6:40. You leave the locker room at 6:52. We go live at 7 o'clock. You leave the curtain at 7:03. He was giving him these cues, and Floyd would not move. And he had a room full of kids. The oldest person in this room was 14 years old. And they had a ghetto blaster back then. And Floyd's telling him, put this disc in, put it on this track. And he's like singing along. And he was telling these kids how great he was for like an hour. Casa Zoo beat him twice. He said that, and he actually only beat him once. But he said Casa Zoo beat him twice. He was talking about De La Hoya. He was talking about all these things. He finally stood up, and he puts his hands out. And his Uncle Roger pulls his trunks up. And then they warm up, which consisted of Roger really hitting Floyd. I never really saw Floyd do anything. And then he took a breath after about 40 seconds and did it again. Roger hits him again and leaves the locker room, stops Shambae Mitchell in the 5th round, comes back, gets a check for $4 million, stands up on a little bench in the locker room, and he holds this check up like this, and all the kids are clapping. And Floyd tells them, clap it up, y'all. And he's got a teammate that's going to go on in a dark match after Floyd's match. And he's leaving the locker room, and all the guys, the cornermen just stayed with Floyd and clapped it up, and they had to like run out and try to catch him. But it was this incredible moment where I saw Floyd, because I hear Floyd at $100 million. Like, man, let me tell you for sure. He fought Sean Mitchell for $4 million. I was there when he got the paycheck. These numbers you're hearing just aren't true. They're just not true.
Wow. Wait, you don't think that Floyd got the 100?
No, it's simply not true. No,
But don't you think it was a different? I didn't
the
hear about.
Sean fight is such a small fight.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. It didn't even sell out.
Yeah.
Roy Jones came to it himself, made like an appearance, but yeah, it didn't even sell out.
De La Hoya was when fight casual was when I was interested the first time in a fight. Floyd and De La Hoya. That was after Shambe, and that's when it seemed like
I really should write a book connecting all the crime, family, sports, gambling, and family stuff, how it connects to this crazy amount of people in history. Why? If you got the knowledge, why not? Why not do it, dude? There's old crime bosses with YouTube channels doing very well.
He came out. I remember.
It's not so. It's not like it's not like it's quiet anymore.
Bro, the Mexican flag, like he became.
If you've got the knowledge, do it. And it's so much easier to write a book now. You can do voice to text and then clean it up. Yeah, brother. I'll help you any way you need help. If you need anything I can do for you, I don't know what I can do for you, but I'm sure I can find out something.
The money goes up, and Floyd is the greatest boxer ever, according to my friend who knows boxing. So I can see how he starts making crazy money after the fight. I'm not disputing your story, but I can see the money getting crazy after that.
Yeah. I'm just you'll see reports. You mentioned $100 million for Floyd. The reports are 130. First off, he's never gotten $100 million for a fight, not even remotely close. But there's reports of 130. Wow. There's reports online that Floyd's a billionaire. There's reports that he was the highest paid athlete in this year and over Cristiano Ronaldo.
You think it's bullshit?
I know it is. And there's public companies they do business with. HBO would be one of them. Find an executive to back the claim. It's never happened and it won't be.
And how do you know it's bullshit?
He makes very good money because I know the fight business. I've been in the fight business my whole life. I'm a promoter right now. I worked with the commission. I mean, I've been on every single side of this.
But there's a lot of people that know the fight business.
Yes, I used to say everything is marketing and advertising. Everything on the internet, on entertainment, everything is marketing. Nothing is real. Nothing is. Some things may be true, but everything that somebody has paid for you to hear is crafted. Absolutely. If you know that this guy is such a badass fighter, he won't even get in the ring for $100 million, and the guy coming up against him thinks he's got the chops. That $100 million is going to be spent for these two guys to beat each other to piss? No one's going to spend that. No one. Who's going to give him $100 million? You only give somebody if you're investing to make money. You can't make that kind of money. How much does the entire thing cost? How many tickets could you possibly sell? How much does it cost to hire everybody, do all the health checks, hire all the camera crew, the audio crew, the cleaning crew, the advertising companies, the advertising and marketing agencies, all of that. And then you still have $100 million left over from the profit to pay one fighter? No, it doesn't work that way. Do you recall straight letting our oil ships through? I do not know, brother. I mean, this channel right here is the only one I can guarantee you is true and real. That's it. The only thing I can only talk about for myself.
People discussing.
You sound like your friend right now. No, I don't think that's true.
You sound like your friend right now.
What is it, Brian?
Brian?
Yeah. He's like, nah, I calculate everything. You can only make this much. And Floyd's like, but you don't know.
There you go. Yeah, well, there you go with that. But yeah, if you sit and you looked at it, I think that you come to that conclusion pretty fast. And you did say something I want to take issue with. You said a lot of people know the fight business. Yeah. I don't think you know 5 people that know the fight business.
No, I don't.
Very respectfully. But I don't think, there's no one you went to school with. There's no one that you were buddies with. When a teacher asked your class, what do you want to be when you grow up? Nobody said, I want to be in the fight business.
That's true.
There's probably 5 men alive.
So if you had to guess, what do you think's the most Floyd ever made in a fight?
Oh, I think that Floyd's he's probably made about 60 million before in one night, which is crazy numbers.
Yeah, even travel channels get paid to do this.
Yes.
Listen, and I could do that. I've been approached about it. So there are things called the tourism board. For almost every state and country and city has a tourism board. They take money from the taxpayers to pay people that have YouTube channels and do television shows to show up. They don't do it for free, right? And then so that'll cover flights and hotels and reservations and all of that stuff. And then so you can do that, and anything you can make on your YouTube channel is a plus. Anything that you can do with that footage to make money. So you get free, you have to spend your time, but anything that you can make off that footage, TV, internet, whatever, that you can get. But the tourism boards, you can, absolutely. And you guys can do it too. Yeah, it's not, yo, I'm so special. I got 300 million subscribers. No, it's not the way it works. It's not the way it works.
Spinks. That was the biggest fight of all time.
Because it's investments. They're investing.
And one got 30 million and one got 29.
And when you're spending other people's money, like taxpayers, it's not hard to get.
Fight. I mean, some of those numbers were very public, but no, 100 million, 130 million, they just didn't happen.
Are they all lying? Like all the top guys?
I don't know. I don't know what they're claiming, but I know that Floyd is still getting in there as recently as this weekend because he needed the money. And I know
you think Floyd's fighting because he needs the money?
Doesn't need the money. Yeah.
Really? Mm-hmm. Why? You think he blew through all of his money? Get the fuck.
Well, he blew through a lot of it, but what I'm sharing for you, it wasn't what you thought it was.
He blew through it and wasn't making as much as.
Yeah, they're claiming he was doing 100 million a fight, and I'm claiming for you, he in his whole career has made about 100 million. There's a very
wow. You made 8.8 in one night.
Yeah.
And you're a great fighter, but I'm looking at Floyd, and I'm like, Floyd had this long career. I could imagine him making more than 100 million.
Floyd is a household name.
Yeah. Yeah, I know people say that. I understand that. Nah, Floyd was not Muhammad Ali, and Floyd wasn't Mike Tyson.
Like 8.8 in one night. I'm like, I think Floyd could do a bunch of those.
No, I got it. I know. People think he made 130 in a night. I'm sharing with you, he didn't.
Huh.
Yeah. And no boxer has. No boxer's ever made 130 million in one night. This is silly.
I think they even claim more than that.
Yeah.
I think they claim when Floyd fought, what was the biggest one? Was it Pacquiao?
Yeah.
Best part
Canelo wasn't that big yet.
is states often have to hand out their budgets to get cut. Yeah. They have to spend it to get it. Yeah. If they have any money left over, they're not going to give it back because then they say, okay, you don't need that amount for next cycle. Yeah. That's the way it works.
Because Canelo was younger, but maybe it was Pacquiao.
He whipped Canelo, by the way. Remember that?
I was at that fight.
Yes. Again, and Canelo was supposed to be too young, and then it was, he's too young.
Floyd was too good.
Yeah.
I don't know much boxing, but that was the most impressive fight I've ever seen. Was Floyd in that match.
He probably won 10 rounds.
I mean, again, I guess this is to your point. A Google search from Sportskeeda or whatever is saying that 250 million against Manny Pacquiao.
Yeah.
You say no way.
Wow. Yeah. No fighter in history of the world. I can't. I mean, it's a comical number to say.
$250 million.
That's a comical number. $250 million to go and box?
Yeah.
From where would he possibly have gotten that money?
I mean, it's just pay-per-view buys, right? If you do 3 million pay-per-view buys, that's $60 a buy.
275 million according to Forbes. Is Forbes not? I'm actually asking, is Forbes not reputable?
Forbes is not reputable on this. Yeah. Not on this. No. They have no way to know.
Yeah.
That's all I'm sharing for you. I'm sharing for you that they wouldn't have a way to know.
Yeah. And there's no fact-checking body that covers what the publicists are saying.
And that's more what my point is to you right now is not only is Forbes not reputable, Forbes is going on the information that they have.
The press releases.
There's nobody that would back those claims. Nobody. There's no exec anywhere that is backing these claims.
Okay.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. The world is crazy. Right? So, but so we can look up tourist boards. Tourist Board Spain. Spanish Tourism Council. Okay? This is a council. Council. Yeah, Ministry of Tourism, okay? So you go to the Ministry of Tourism, and then let's say you guys want to sign up. You want to get some. There's no way to tell how much money people like Musk have. Either they use show court. Right. And it's not real money. It's not real money. It's not real money till you have it in cash. If you've got $1 billion in stock, the stock might go down or the stock might go up. So it's still not real. If he did something tomorrow and Tesla stock crashed, he would not have his money. He's valued at this if he sold it right now, but someone's got to buy it. You can't just sell it to the air. So if you've got $1 trillion in stock, who's got $1 trillion to buy it when you sell it? You've got to have buyers. You can offer it, and then they're going to be like, I'm not going to give you $1 trillion for $1 trillion. I'll give you 800 billion for that, because if it drops, then you lost your trillion or a big hunk of it. Yeah, so nobody's going to buy $1 trillion in stock for $1 trillion. That's why when he gets loans against his stock, like if he wants $800 million or $80 million, he takes $100 million in stock. He goes to the bank and he says, I need $80 million. Here's $100 million in stock. And they'll say, okay, here it is. And I want 81 million back, 82 million back. Okay, cool. So then they say, if this stock drops to about 82 million, we're going to sell it. We're going to cancel the debt, and then you don't owe us any money. And if it keeps going up or whatever, then for however long, a 5-year loan, a 1-year loan, whatever it is, then when he makes if he takes that $80 million and he invests it in something else and he gets 100 million back, then he can then pay the $82 million and then get his stock back. But that's how it works, because that's valued. It's valued at that. And the bank, but if you can't say I have $1 trillion and go to a bank and say I want $1 trillion in cash, it ain't gonna happen. There's not that cash isn't available. And like remember when Biden sent at $1 billion cash on pallets to Iran in 2012 or whatever, they emptied out all the banks in the tri-state area. No banks. You could not go to an ATM machine or anything for like a week until they got refunded. They took all the cash from all the banks in Maryland, Virginia, and DC. Maryland, Virginia, DC, and Delaware. They took all the cash and they put it on a plane, and so that Iran wouldn't make nuclear weapons. He said, "Here's a bunch of money to not make nuclear weapons," and they ended up apparently making nuclear weapons with it. Apparently, but what year did Obama send cash to Iran? January 17th, President Obama simultaneously as $1.7 billion. 1.7 billion, apparently. I thought it was a billion. 1.3, September 2016. So this is the House Financial Services Committee. Obama administration made 2 cash payments totaling 1.3 to Iran in September 8th, 2016. No, right? Yeah, you leverage assets. Cheryl, I think your name's on the wall, but I got you. I'll put you up there again. I'm pretty sure you're on there. I think I know where it might be. It's on the top. Cooper, Charlotte, Clementine. Oh, maybe not. Coldest Kid, Kara. That's where you were. All right, maybe you're not. If you say you're not, you're not. Okay, let's see. There you go. You got it. You got it. We're talking about space. Dang it, John. Blessings, Tonez and UK. What up, Joanna? Look how interesting I look. How are you? Sorry. I can't look at myself like that. Okay, all right. So, real me, John, and Joanna. Oh, dang it, when I turn it off. Hey, no problem, Joanna. Glad to help you, Cheryl. That's all right. You found out. Way to find out. Welcome to the family. What's up, John? You got it, brother. Yeah, that's what all that is. I've always got a marker handy. See? Okay, what are we doing now? Let's watch. Let's see. Okay, I'm not watching that one anymore. Let's see. What can we find? Deadliest mistakes in history. Deadliest design mistakes in history. Yeah, brother, you got up there twice. I figure I'm not gonna get back off there and do it and write another one. So I tell you what, guys, start taking K2 for your teeth. It's unbelievable, unfreaking believable what it'll do. Like if you don't brush your teeth just like 1, 2, and it done, you need K2. Like there's no plaque, no tartar. It's unbelievable, unbelievable. Slime mold.
We expect danger in a nuclear reactor or a rocket ship. We don't expect it in a PowerPoint slide or a purple drink. And yet, these things can be lethal.
The PowerPoint slide that killed 7 people.
Is often the only thing standing between life and a national tragedy. How do these failures keep slipping past well-trained designers and engineers? Let's see how good intentions and seemingly small design choices can add up to catastrophe. These are designed so bad, they actually killed people. This is a lawn dart.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
The Plumbata war dart.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Romans to throw at enemy soldiers.
Thank you.
Some entrepreneurial.
Well, I thoroughly enjoy making it. I mean, I guess if everybody wasn't so kick-ass, I wouldn't keep doing it. So thank you all too.
Americans decided an ancient Roman weapon would be a fun backyard game for kids. In the 1950s,
they were a Roman weapon? I did not know that.
Kids like to throw things, and we had a country full of wide open lawns and millions of bored children with zero parental supervision. But how did we overlook the fact that kids would eventually get bored of easy targets like these, and instead move to more dynamic targets? To understand that, we need to understand the people designing these things. During World War II, infantrymen spent their off time in pubs playing games like darts.
So how do you start training kids to have a natural instinct to toss grenades?
After the war, many of these soldiers went on to advertising, marking the Mad Men era. They built the American consumer economy, and that same mentality of boozing, womanizing, and playing with weapons is the cultural backdrop that led to lawn darts. If you look at it that way, a game this dangerous almost feels inevitable. Safety just wasn't a concern. Lawn darts are satisfying. They hit the same pleasure circuit as any good tool. There's that weight, the momentum, the impact, the feedback. It's the rush of sticking a bolt
suck at handball, dude. Listen, I suck so bad at handball. I frickin' suck at it. And you know what? Well, if I would have the energy now that I had, if I had the energy then that I have now, which is odd to say in reverse, like in my late 20s, I had no energy. I was exhausted all the time. But yeah, dude, I was pissed. I was like, how did I get myself in this frickin' room? You're long and lanky is why. Yeah, it was rough. It was a lot of frickin' running around. And I got exhausted quick when I was young. Now I don't. Now I got a lot of stamina.
Through the air. You're basically feeding the caveman part of your brain that loves smashing things with tools. I mean, sure, we were basically handing javelins to children, but who cares? It's fun, right? Plus, young boys have an almost supernatural ability to turn just about anything into a weapon. They weren't raising kids to be soft back then, after all.
No.
As they'd probably say in the 1950s, boys will be boys. You're not thinking, if I throw this thing at Timmy, he'll die. You're thinking, hey, Timmy, watch how far I can throw this, before nearly stabbing him by accident. After about 6,000 hospital visits and a handful of deaths, lawn darts
right in the eye.
But you can still order vintage ones on eBay, but you probably shouldn't. Even today, we defend very obviously dangerous toys. We call it play, but all you're really thinking about is getting that dopamine rush. This level of design negligence isn't limited to the past either. It's still happening today, and it's not even uncommon. Imagine this. You're 4 years old, it's a blistering hot day, you've been playing outside in the sun and pop inside for a quick drink. You can't read yet, but you know a picture of an
no.
So you grab the first fruity bottle you see in the pantry. It smells good and you take a big gulp, but suddenly your throat is burning. Some designs lead to mistaken identity. This is Fabuloso floor cleaner. Designed so poorly, people actually drank it. The packaging was the problem. Bottles looked just like fruit juice in both shape and color. Just look at these hand grips. They're very similar to the ones you see on sports drinks. The company also used bright, fruit-forward images that look just like juice labels.
No
Even
way.
the cap looks more like a soda cap than a chemical cleaner. Overall, the packaging hints at food, not something that burns skin and poisons your body. And apparently it smells really nice. Most cleaners like Lysol come with a heavy chemical smell. But Fabuloso smells like a fruity drink. According to an actual doctor, it doesn't taste terrible either. Watermelon, peach, and pineapple are all scents you'd associate with drinks, or at the very least creams or soaps. Not a toxic detergent meant for a dirty mop bucket. In grocery stores, cleaners have their own aisle, but at home, they might go in a pantry or a kitchen next to actual food. When you're at home after a long workday, your brain just sees purple, clear bottle, fruit graphic. It takes a mental shortcut and completes a pattern.
Jeez.
It took more than 100 poison control calls before Fabuloso decided to change something. So you're thinking, oh, they must have done the obvious, right? Just change the packaging to look more like floor cleaner.
Virtually
Nope.
limitless.
They
No,
added
I'm
this-
talking about, I'm opposite. I've got that now. I said if I had it had then what I have now. Yeah, if back then, if I had the energy that I have now, if I had it back then, I think I would have enjoyed it more. But I get exhausted quickly when I was young. I was vitamin deficient. All right, now I'm doing fine. Everything's great. I'd probably try it again. I never ran out until 18 before I remember getting passed out, tired. Yeah, no, brother, I'm freaking. Everything's going great now. I'm pissed off that it took me freaking 35 years before I realized that I had a vitamin deficiency.
Tiny little mop bucket to the background of the labels. Surely a thirsty and discerning 4-year-old will stop and appreciate the label art before taking a swig. And remember these? Most people over the age of 10 probably wouldn't consider this a candy, but when the internet caught wind of this, things got stupid. It's easy to look back and shake our heads at
My
dumb
older
teens,
brother,
but it's
Jamie, accidentally threw a dart at the newspaper that we had, drew big circles on, and they got smaller in the center and small dot. Now a big toe has a scar on it from the dart. Yeah, oopsie.
already happening again. There's a trend of pranking family members into thinking you're drinking Fabuloso floor cleaner, and a company in Mexico is even making novelty drinks that look like the cleaner. Memes aside, if you design a poison to look like food,
that's
a few
bad.
people will eventually eat it. Especially when you
John's a
have
good-looking
millions of people
fella.
using it.
Oh, Cheryl.
When you put a tiny little do not drink warning on something that looks like a drink, don't act surprised when somebody accidentally ignores that label and eats it anyway. And don't act surprised.
And right in front, look at that, right in front of her daughter. Right in front of her daughter. She's doing a fake Fabuloso
like a drink. Don't act
cleaner. So she put actual drink in the Fabuloso bottle to see if her daughter would notice that she's drinking a cleaner. But now what's her daughter going to think? Because she probably uses Fabuloso. Thanks, Cheryl.
Surprised when somebody accidentally ignores that label and eats it anyway. And don't act surprised if you can't find this channel again in the future. So hit the subscribe button to get reminded when I post my next video. That was a nice transition. Come on, admit, subscribe. Or don't, I don't really care. Anyway, understanding the human behaviors and mental shortcuts we take is a theme that carries over into the next bad design. In the mid-'80s, Volkswagen had a PR nightmare. Their Audi 5000 model was acting really strange. The cars were accelerating rapidly and launching themselves through garages and storefronts completely unprompted. It was something straight out of a Stephen King novel. Audi investigated. The NHTSA investigated. They left no stone unturned, even tirelessly studying the floor mats as the potential culprit. But they couldn't figure out what was causing these cars to rapidly accelerate as if they were possessed. Things got really weird and confusing when the brakes in the Audi 5000s worked just fine on crash sites. So what happened? Americans happened.
Oh.
The official report
All
found
right,
American
Rich, we did it. Came and bought a Yes Welder Flux 135 Mini. Uh-oh, brother. All right. All right, let's take a look. Yeah, dude, why not? Yeah, why not? Yeah, do it. Do it. Yeah, and it comes with a stick welder also. So it's got a MIG and a stick. Yeah, good. Good idea. Good idea. $80, $75? Yeah, dude, absolutely. Yeah, you're gonna you're gonna learn a lot, dude. You're gonna learn a lot, and you're gonna be able to do a lot of shit over the next freaking 20 years with it. You're gonna, I mean, this might not be your last welder, but yeah, absolutely, good idea. Absolutely good idea.
Drivers were pressing the gas pedal instead of the brake pedal, sometimes with deadly consequences. European drivers actually preferred pedals arranged like this. They were used to heel-to-toe driving, a racing technique where the brake and the gas are close enough to hit both with one foot. They also liked pedals tuned for speed, ones that could fly with the slightest touch. For this to work, pedals had to be small, close together, and almost at the same height. In the Audi 5000, both pedals felt identical. There was no tactile difference telling your foot which one was the brake and which one was the gas. You just hover over a pedal and think, yeah, that's probably it. Too bad not every Audi owner was a racing expert in narrow-fit driving boots. Some were distracted, loafer-wearing dads.
Got feeler gauges for the moped, valves, gauges, welder, come tomorrow. I'll mess with the valves after work. Hopes to ride the works today. Hope I can ride it. Yeah, brother, you can make it happen, dude. You can hey, dude, you got ways to work with metal. You can make anything happen.
Juice boxes while merging onto the freeway. Audi ended up recalling the cars and changing car design forever. If you think about the car you drive today, there's space between the gas and the brake. They made the brake pedal larger and offset so it's easier to reach as well, even for shorter drivers. The pedals feel different when you place your foot on them, and they feel different when you press down on them. This is all very intentional. They also introduced shift lock to automatic cars.
Have you seen those scrap cars? Yes, we actually did a earlier today's stream. We watched those earlier today's stream. Or actually this stream. Yeah, we're at 3 hours. No, not this stream. The stream right before this one. Yeah, we watched them. Yeah, they're really cool. Yeah. And I also watched and we'll watch some after this also. I want to watch the helicopter one. They try to make flying devices, it's really cool. I was just hoping things work out anyway. I'm off the bed. All right, brother. But the bikes keep making money. Make it happen, brother. Yeah, I did a segment.
You have to press on the brake first. That's standard in all cars today, but it wasn't always like that. This is a clever little design trick. If you want to hit the gas, you have to prove you know where the brake is first by pressing down on it. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm not even old enough to remember cars that didn't require braking to shift into drive.
I do.
Audi basically
I remember.
something that took
The first car I had was a 1984 Dodge Caravan with simulated wood grain siding. If you're welding, absolutely, agreed, 100%, absolutely. Yes, keep a fire extinguisher around, especially when you're MIGing. You're pushing a lot of stuff, and if you break through more than with a stick welder, and you get shit that pops off everywhere too. Have a clean area, and if you can't make yourself a little welding booth, just wood, but yeah, it'll fly everywhere. Don't have flammable liquids around. Don't weld on something with a full tank of gas. But yeah, absolutely, yeah. Think can't afford one to water bucket. Take warp metal over fire any day. Yeah, warp metal's fine. I'm talking about hitting a freaking, hitting a dry brush and grass.
They primed your brain to say, yes.
You might be able to get one for free if you go to your local fire station.
I know how to stop it. We learned a lot from Audi and have gone much further with pedal technology. New cars have smart pedals that give feedback to your decisions while driving. Say you're startled and accidentally press the gas while facing a wall. You couldn't easily drive through a windshield. Sensors know a wall is in front of you and apply the brake. Or say you're tailgating on the highway. The gas becomes stiff and gives you a second to think, hey, maybe back off a little bit so you don't get yourself killed. Audi taught us how important it is to account for human error, right down to understanding how cultural differences or driving styles can cause accidents.
Yeah, very easily.
In their book, User-Friendly, Cliff Kwong and Robert Fabricant point out, if human error is to blame, it is hard to imagine any human not making these errors. Humans might fail, but they're not wrong. Humans will slip. The goal is designing systems that don't punish them when that happens. And that's exactly what I want for my workflow tools too. Because editing across devices should be forgiving and simple. I've been using AnyDesk, and that's why they're sponsoring today's video. If you're a designer, creative, or editor working across multiple devices, AnyDesk might be the best tool you're not using.
Yeah. At least it goes out quick on skin because you're mostly water. But other things will light up quick. I remember years ago, older people
I've been integrating it
used to
into
use
my
their left foot
workflow.
to
and
brake.
It's kind of a game changer.
Yeah,
With
not
AnyDesk,
me.
I can
Not
remotely
me.
access my
I never was a
brake from my
two-footed
laptop.
driver.
The
I had a
connection
stick
is so
shift
fast
though.
and
So my
responsive.
first car was a '84 Dodge Caravan. My second car was a '93 or '94 Saturn stick shift, and I learned how to drive on a stick shift. Actually, my dad's cars were stick shifts.
It feels like I'm right there in my office, and it works on Windows, Mac OS, and all these other platforms. And because AnyDesk uses a proprietary codec, the image quality stays sharp, even in remote areas or on spotty Wi-Fi. Audio pass-through means I can scrub and edit YouTube videos remotely, and thanks to 99.98% uptime, I know I can rely on it.
99.
The direct file
Yes, sir.
transfers
That's
are
why I
also
don't
really
get burned at
useful.
work. That
No more
physics
cloud
thing with
uploading,
layer
no more
oils and
waiting to
buried out,
sync.
created
I
bear.
can move raw footage, project files,
Left foot
whatever I
breakable
need,
fail road test.
straight
Yeah.
from device to
Yeah,
device.
here too. Here too.
Instantly
I think
and
anywhere
securely.
in America.
If your workflow lives across many devices or locations, AnyDesk brings it all together seamlessly. It's free for personal use, and if you've got a team, they offer tailored business plans. Thanks to AnyDesk for sponsoring this video. Download AnyDesk for free today using my link in the description. Back to the video. No design should require 100% accuracy 100% of the time. Audi helped make the world safer. This next bad design did the opposite. This is the Volkswagen Beetle, one of the most iconic symbols of the hippie era. It was cheap, small, and honest, the people's car. And as the oil crisis caused gas prices to skyrocket, it was quickly becoming the most purchased car in the United States.
My brother
The
put a
president
hot
of
beat from
Ford,
the top
Lee
of his chest to
Iacocca,
his
took note of
heart.
Volkswagen's success. He was the mastermind behind the Ford Mustang, one of the most beloved and best-selling cars in American history. The Mustang was also a people's car of sorts, or at least the Americanized version of one. It was also a small car that was relatively affordable, and it was appealing to everyone. It came in powder blue for women, or had racing stripes for men. They sold 1 million Ford Mustangs within just a couple years of its launch, which was unheard of at the time. Iacocca hoped to capture that same lightning in a bottle with his next car that would compete with the Volkswagen Beetle.
Pinto.
He had to act
Pinto.
fast because Mustang sales
Pinto.
had slowed and Ford was in trouble. So he made an ambitious plan. His next car would not cost a penny over $2,000 and not weigh an ounce over 2,000 pounds. They called it the Ford Pinto. It was Ford's answer to cheap imports.
Remember that thing?
Iacocca
I
promised
understand
the
that
car
pain.
would
My
be
hands are
produced
covered in grease burn
25
scars from work.
months.
Now, molten
Now,
metal,
to be clear,
500.
it
Yeah,
wasn't
that'll hurt you.
uncommon for a
500
normal
degree will
car
hurt
to
you.
take 43 months to produce. Under that extreme pressure, Ford made a compromise that ended up being fatal. The gas tank was placed at the very back, just inches behind a flimsy rear bumper. Mother Jones broke the Pinto scandal to the world. According to the article Pinto Madness, if you were rear-ended at just 30 miles an hour, the cheap bumper folded like an accordion. The filler tube would rip away, and the gas tank would smash up against its insides, where 4 sharp, protruding bolts would gash holes in that gas tank. Gas
Jeez,
would
dude.
slosh
I've always
out
wondered
all
why
over the
flames and
car
racing
road.
stripes aren't more
One
popular.
spark
Seems like they have a
from
cheap way to
scraping
make your
metal
car
or a
quicker.
cigarette butt
That,
burn a furnace.
right. Same
At
here in
40
Maine.
miles an
Seems to be
hour,
the way they drove
impact
it.
jammed the door shut, and you'd be trapped inside of a blazing inferno. Car safety expert Byron Block reflected on Ford's choices. It's a catastrophic blunder. Ford made an extremely irresponsible decision. It's almost designed to blow up, premeditated. So
It's frowned
why
upon
sell a
due to
car
clutch
that
and
was
brake
essentially a
power
death trap?
exponentially.
At the time, Ford was run by salesmen. Aesthetics and features were king. Putting the gas tank over the axle where it was safe would have eaten into the trunk space. And at Ford, fitting 2 sets of golf clubs was apparently more important than surviving a crash.
The Capri
The
was better
engineers
because
knew
you
this
could
was a
spell
problem. Lou Tucker, one of
CRAP
those
with the
engineers, tried to warn
badge.
upper management. He even got permission to present a safer
What up, from
design
I got
to
all
the
that
company.
all of me up.
He told everyone he could about the presentation, but when the meeting time came, only 2 people showed up, Lou and his boss. Lee Iacocca would infamously say, "Safety doesn't sell." Clearly, safety wasn't a popular topic at Ford, and with Lee, it was taboo. If you brought up a solution that might slow production, he'd probably chomp on his
The
cigar and
Lancia
growl,
Delta was
"Read
a
the
sexy
product
Group B
objectives.
car.
Get back to
Anyway,
work."
all right,
Let's
fat
look at
bong,
those
brother.
objectives. Subcompact, check.
You met Lee Iacocca?
Check. Aesthetically pleasing,
Damn.
check. Safety was sorely missing. Denny Gioia worked in the recall office. One day, he was expecting broken parts when he saw a burned-out Pinto. He said, "I don't know if you've ever seen a burned-out car, but it's just repulsive. All the plastic is melted, the paint is burned off, and it begins to rust in very short order. I was told that this was a death vehicle, that people had died in this, and the car had come back." The head of Ford's safety program later testified as the star whistleblower. He'd been fired over conflicts with management around safety. He testified Ford knew about the danger of the car's gas tank, and they delayed or ignored fixes in favor of cost savings. $20.9 million in savings to be exact. Basically, Ford decided to ignore the safety concerns because they calculated that it would be cheaper to pay for the wrongful death lawsuits instead of fixing the gas tank.
Jeez. This 45th edition? Hey, it's fat over there. What up, Mel? From Agro. What was he like? From Agro Vale. Yeah, what was he like? Wow, the Iacocca Mustang. It looks pretty freaking sharp to me. Is it electric? It's gonna be electric, isn't it? Better not be. Better have a freaking 8 in it. Or a fat 6.
Executives were okay with letting people die trapped inside of a blazing inferno because it was more profitable. Humanity always has wanted to move forward quickly. We value success through dominance rather than reflection. The Ford Pinto is the cautionary tale of what happens if we move too fast. Iacocca learned the hard way that safety absolutely does sell in the wake of a catastrophe driven by greed. Many car brands use their safety testing data as a selling point today, not to mention hundreds of heavily enforced safety standards. Now, cars actually have airbags, windshields that web when smashed so they don't create large, knife-like shards, backup cameras, and a whole library of innovations that have made driving safer. But that doesn't mean that cars are always better than their older counterparts. Sure, cars probably don't explode as often, but
I forgot you're out there, brother, in California.
Every automaker on the planet knows putting an iPad in front of your face while driving is a bad idea. But if you crash while swiping through menus for your defrost, you're the one at fault. Classic corporate gaslighting at its finest. Touchscreens are a little bit like handing you a bottle of wine and a corkscrew for the morning commute. I'm obviously not condoning drinking and driving, but browsing through submenus on a touchscreen while doing 70 is not much better. Everyone hates touchscreens in cars, but there's a reason why they're so common in new models. Just like with a new Pinto, there's money involved. A simple sheet of glass, electronics, and a single plastic enclosure saves automakers money on every car made. Individual buttons need components, plastic molds, and different materials. Each individual button or dial needs its own wiring, inventory, and durability tests. They need real humans to assemble them too. These humans want salaries, lunch breaks, and dental insurance. A simple touchscreen is a far less complicated thing to manufacture, and the software can regularly be updated if you screw something up. You can't do that with physical buttons or dials unless you issue a recall, which is extremely expensive for car companies. I've worked as an industrial designer for 15 years now.
Yeah,
I
the
have
Pinto.
no doubt the moment UX designers saw these design proposals, they said, this touchscreen will kill people. But certain death is an easy sell when the C-suite is more excited about that weather widget you just came up with. You can even add Netflix. Apparently, turning on windshield wipers is less important than catching up on your favorite TV series. And surely, it's not like those screens ever lag or freeze or crash while you need them, right? Say you're on a windy mountain road. It's whiteout conditions. The roads are sheer ice and the wind's trying to blow you off a cliff. Your windshield starts to fog up. You need to
they're
act
definitely
before
evil.
it frosts over. Luckily, you have
in a car,
traffic
right?
today.
Yes, in
You
a
start
car they're
barking
evil.
orders at them, guiding them through 3 levels of submenus. But you can't remember if defrost was under climate, vehicle, or quick settings. Even if you know exactly what icon you're looking for, it's hard to mentally recount all the menus and controls when you can't peel your eyes off the road. Luckily, they find the little fan icon. They tap it. But there's another problem. All these other controls need to get turned off first. Max defrost doesn't work in eco mode, so you have to turn that off too. And whoops, their finger slipped. That turned off the seat heaters. You might as well just do it yourself. You reach over half distracted and your screen freezes. God damn. Before touchscreens, that was a 5-second task. In that time,
my
you
86
travel a few
MR2,
hundred
I
meters.
could set
If you do
resets
that
in the
same
pitch
task on a
black.
touchscreen,
Dude,
you might as well be
listen,
watching
the MR2, probably the 86, that was still the square body style, right? Where they had the target tops or the removable top. 1986 MR2. Yeah, this was my favorite car. The Spider, I believe it was. The MR2 Spider that had the removable hard top. This is the car that I wanted. It was the first car that I ever drove that I could drift. I could spin the ass end around. It was a rear-wheel drive MR2. 31,000 still. Jeez. I wanted to get a wrecked one. and removed all the body panels and do a custom body on it because I liked how quick and peppy it was. But maybe I still will. Who knows? We'll see.
Time you look back at the road, you've gone almost a full mile without looking up. It's crazy to think that 90% of us don't even want touchscreens in our car, yet very few automakers plan on bringing back real buttons. Most companies already know how much they can save by eliminating buttons. That's why we keep seeing narratives like touchscreens are the jewel of any interior. How many more collisions do we need before we admit we're just doing
a lead in it? There you go. That's my. And you're hitting the presets in the back. Oh, no black.
It's 1979, so everything's analog. Thousands of switches, dials, and gauges blink back at you in silence. Normally, it's a calm place, the kind of place your shift just glides by. Only today is different. The room's in panic. You're in a room where 2,000 warning lights and knobs flash and scream at once. Over 100 alarms sound at the same time.
Jesus.
And the 40-foot panel in front of you is lit up like a Christmas tree. When everything says mission critical, nothing is. How do you prioritize this chaos? You're standing in front of a billion-dollar machine and can only think, where do I even start? This panel helped cause the worst nuclear crisis in United States history. Look at all these identical knobs and dials. Even trained professionals can't really tell which is which. You'd think that these labels would help, except many of these buttons have three separate labels sometimes. So then maybe you look at the lights. You have red, yellow, green lights. You don't remember what each color means, so you check the manual. It turns out red lights mean 14 different things depending on the context, so that's not helpful. Okay, what about the green lights? Those mean 11 different things. So you go across the room and you see completely different buttons. And this one has old tags hanging on it, so you're not even sure what it means. This is America's worst design failure, a total mess in visual hierarchy. In Western design, we expect the most important thing to be the biggest or the most prominent. But engineers, the people who make the things we use every day, don't always think like the rest of us. They think in terms of optimization. How can I make this cheaper, more efficient, or more streamlined to produce? This isn't necessarily bad, it's just their job. Take this cheap microwave, for example. To you, start is the most important button. It should be big and prominent, but it's indiscernible here. It just looks like all the other buttons.
Hi, what up, Robert? My dear Richard.
Squares.
The badge of the MR2 was funny. It was a flaming
perfect.
Phoenix
We can use the exact
Firebird
same button
knockoff.
size and shape, and that'll save us 5 cents per unit. The end.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like it. It sure does. Midship runabout. Wow. Wow. Light, probably because it was as light as a bird.
Engineer sees a single membrane keypad as a perfectly logical decision that saves money. But the end user just sees it as confusing, because it's hard to understand which button to press at a quick glance. When you're dealing with popcorn, it's not such a big deal. Except at 3 Mile
Look at
Island,
that.
if you screw up the button layout on the nuclear reactor, you wipe out half of Pennsylvania. For their book, User Friendly, the authors spent 2 years studying the design of this control room. They found that nothing really made sense. It's almost like someone put the controls in a hat and pulled them out one by one before placing them randomly. Valve controls were next to elevator levers. There was just no logic to it. So back to our emergency at hand. All these sirens and lights are going off like a Christmas yard display. How do you find the one thing wrong when the machine is telling you there are thousands? The operator
Fire
needs to keep an eye
chicken.
on the core
Lava
temperature,
chicken.
but this is the 70s. There aren't any high-def screens showing the temperature, and you can't just check it on an app. Instead, you need to print out temperature readings on a good old paper printer. Except the computer didn't understand temperatures as high as these. So all it does is print out a bunch of question marks. So why were these smart and ostensibly well-trained men so confused? What happened was a valve got left open during cleaning. Maybe you've walked out of your kitchen without shutting your fridge and it starts to beep. It was kind of like that. The system was trying to let the operator know that the
parakeet.
valve
I had a
was left
parakeet
open.
named Petey.
Except that beep was wired by an engineer who didn't account for common human error. While this is happening, the fuel rods were slowly turning into radioactive hot lava. This is the light for the PORV, the pilot-operated relief valve. When things get too hot, a valve opens to let out steam. When things cool down, it shuts. Pretty simple. Except the light didn't tell you whether the valve was open or closed. It only said the system had sent the command to open or close the valve. And in this case, the valve was manually stuck open. Engineers expect parts to fail, but no one thought of that happening. The only way to know if the valve was open or closed was to physically check and risk turning into a radioactive human glow stick. The final report was published months after the disaster. They found thousands of factors compounded into what was called an inevitable catastrophe. A bad interface was just the tip of the iceberg. These operators were veterans, the best of the best from the nuclear sub-program. They were trained for this disaster, but they were also products of the Pinto era. Training was basically, hello, welcome to your first day. Here's your machine. This is how it should look. Let's hope it stays this way.
Right.
Have a great 40-year career. To put that into
when are we
perspective,
updating
I was
Holy
an
See,
ocean
man? It's
lifeguard
been
for a
like
few
10 years.
Rescues really only
Holy
happened every
See.
week or two, and they'd usually be over in 10 minutes.
Update it, Albert.
But we'd spend hours drilling emergencies and training. In the nuclear industry, you only needed to spend 6% of training in a simulator. Think about that. 6%. And it was mostly for demonstrations, and it was done in something that didn't even look exactly like the control panel they were working with. After this training, you could forget everything you learned. Then there's the control room layout. Apparently, the control rooms were built last, as a complete afterthought. To save money, the company just duplicated the rooms for Reactor 1 and Reactor 2. They were mirror images of each other. So what happens when you look in a mirror? Everything is flipped. So say you learn the ropes in control room 1.
That's all right, brother. That's all right. Let's do this. Bam, bam, bam. What the hell is his name? Temple OS guy. What was his name? What was his name? Oh, damn it. Terry Davis. Terry Davis. Terry Davis, Temple OS. Terry Davis. There we go. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. I'm guessing you've watched his document or the documentary about him and his live streams. Dude was brilliant. Like, and oddly enough that you come in here and bring him up. We were talking earlier in this stream about schizophrenia and how like 70% of schizophrenics have a parasite called toxoplasmosis gondii. So that's odd. You kind of brought it full circle. Yeah, it's freaking crazy. As a kid of 9 years old, my mom would fly me to Denver, Oklahoma City for 2 weeks in the summer. The captains always watched out for me as I traveled alone. As a kid of 9 years old, my mom would fly me from Denver to Oklahoma City for 2 weeks of summer to visit the family. The captain's, oh, that's pretty cool. I always got cockpit tours. 727 was the dog of the day. Switches and gauges blew me away. There was a 720 or 737 cockpit. I want to say at BWI Airport that you could go in and I mean it was just the cockpit, and you could go in and flip switches and play around while you waited for your plane. Dude, his nose ain't nearly big enough, Albert, brother. His nose ain't nearly big enough. He's got like a freaking looks maxed jaw. What up, Bax? He needs some hair too. Yeah, dude. Yeah, schizophrenia. Okay, so check this out. This is probably still pulled up actually. Okay, maybe not. I don't have it picked up. Okay, let's see. Toxoplasmosis gondii and schizophrenia. Jesus, come me. Here it is, right here. It's still in my search for the thing that we just searched up earlier. Toxoplasmosis gondii and schizophrenia. So, 70% of people that have schizophrenia test positive for a parasite from cat poop. And we were just talking about it earlier. Oddly enough, that you brought up Terry, because it's absolutely, and we watch videos and shit on it too. It's absolutely nuts. It's absolutely crazy, absolutely crazy. Anyway,
your next shift is in control room 2, where everything is backwards. This makes sense from an engineer's cost savings perspective, but it's an absolute disaster waiting to happen. It's like driving a car with the gas and brake pedals swapped. The second your mind wanders, you're pressing down on the wrong pedal at a red light. 3 Mile Island was a catastrophe, but it forced us to start asking, what does the human need to understand in this scenario, rather than how do we mold humans to this machine? We learned a lot from it. First is training. Operators don't just finish training now. They go back into simulators every 6 weeks for their entire careers. It helps the unthinkable become routine. Then there are errors. The industry as a whole killed the Christmas tree effect on lights and alarms. Alarms are not irrelevant announcements anymore. Before, alarms would sound just to announce a pump was on. Now, they're strictly used as commands telling the operators they must act. Red lights used to have 14 different meanings. Now they only mean one thing: danger. Labels used to show irrelevant information like part numbers. Now they're strictly labeling a specific control. And now there are more logical flows. Say you have to put on a backup pump. Before, you have to cross the room for step 1, then walk to a different spot for step 2, and go to another panel to do step 3. Today, it's all within arm's reach and exactly how you expect to follow directions, left to right, top to bottom, just like how people read in Western countries.
Yeah, 9's definitely young. Yeah, I don't think I got on a plane until I was 13.
Can't make decisions alone. Just like a pilot and a
been
co-pilot,
1990.
operators work together. Cliff Kwong observed this at 3 Mile Island in 2016. When workers would go to confirm a crucial reading, they went in pairs. One would do an action, the next one would confirm the action. The first one would confirm the action had been done right, and then the second one would as well. And the last thing is feedback. When you press a button, you expect there to be some kind of response.
Right.
This is so fundamental to the human experience. When you swing an axe at a piece
I
of
agree.
wood,
But I mean, that's absolutely cost savings, right? Because you have to run a tool, I mean, depends what ran. Was it pressure running the oil pressure, or was it a sensor reading pressure, sending an electrical signal, to a, what are the name of the freaking microvolt?
Feedback is that it cuts the wood. If you eat a big meal, the feedback is that you feel full. So when you push a button in a nuclear power plant, the button should give you feedback by telling you what just happened. Feedback is foundational to good design. We're all prone to the same mental shortcuts, and the final catastrophe was compounded by all the factors that led to it. But that's on Earth. How do you train for a disaster when you're 250 miles above the planet
Underwater.
and you're cut off from mission control? The year was 2003. As Space Shuttle Columbia re-entered Earth's orbit, it exploded. People were quick to find someone or something to blame. One Yale professor said a poorly designed PowerPoint slide caused it. Edward Tufte was one of hundreds of experts who analyzed over 5,000 factors that contributed to the disaster. Let's play a game. Read this slide and tell me what you see. You probably read the headline, not exactly sure what it meant, and sort of skimmed the rest. And if you're bored reading this, imagine the presentation. It's being read by a bunch of awkward rocket scientists about a piece of foam hitting the wing. Review of test data indicates conservatism for tile penetration cause significant minor variations in tonal energy above penetration level can cause significantly outside of test. What they really need to be saying is, dude, some foam hit the wing and we think it might cause the space shuttle to crash. We'll never know how this slide was presented, but I do agree with a lot of what Tufte says. This is a very poorly designed slide, and PowerPoint can be a terrible medium for communicating information. The headline says nothing of importance. The presentation text is peppered with jargon and slang like SOFI, which means foam, by the way. The word significant gets repeated to the point that it means nothing anymore. If everything is significant, then nothing is. But the most damning line is buried at the very bottom in tiny text. This. It should say, the impact of the foam hitting the wing was 600 times larger than anything we've ever tested for. We don't know if we can land this thing. Except it doesn't say that at all. It would have been better
so
to
here,
just...
look. So here on Twitch, you got this guy saying, buy cheap viewers on blah, 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 blah. This is what I was saying earlier, how everybody's botting. Everybody's botting. And it's like, oh, hey, I've only got a couple of people, however many people are on Twitch. I want more. Okay, I'll buy some. It's absolutely crazy how everybody's botting these days.
Said, wing was hit. We don't know if the shuttle can land safely. What we say is important, but so is how we say it. The engineers didn't have pictures to show the actual wing damage, so instead they probably played to what they knew, numbers. Too bad they put the math at the bottom and assumed everyone would calculate it. It's a textbook case of bad communication skills in the form of confusing graphic design and unclear writing, and maybe really bad presentation skills. Plus, do you really want to be the guy to deliver that bad news? Now, would a better PowerPoint have saved the 7 lives on that space shuttle? Maybe. At the very least, the slide didn't help the situation very much at all. But I think it's overly simplistic to believe that one slide caused the disaster. A nonprofit that helps engineers communicate better tried to redesign the slide, and here's what they came up with.
The IEEE.
It points out the danger earlier, it has more context, and it explains things without any abbreviations, and it even has a conclusion. It's still not great, but it's a lot better. The point is, communicating rocket science isn't easy whether it's in a slide deck or a one-on-one with your manager. Think about the last time you had to give bad news to your boss at work. They're distracted, you gotta get to the point fast, your boss has maybe 5 minutes to tell their director, and then that
Dr.
director has
Strangelove.
30 seconds to tell the CEO. Hopefully they don't butcher the message and get the point across properly. By the time it gets to the CEO, the message that the wing is melting becomes, the paint looks great. Nobody wants to be the one who drops the bad news. Plus, you're usually talking to someone with completely different priorities and skill sets. If I'm talking to a designer, I use a very different vocabulary than when I talk to a business owner or an engineer. Less than an hour after the tragedy of the Columbia Space Shuttle, we were already asking what caused this. We want immediate, simple answers. But when it comes to a disaster as complex as this, there's no way we can pin it down to a single PowerPoint slide or a single person. We like to do that because then you can just sue that person. But Don Norman, one of the great design thinkers of our time, argues that our brains are evolutionary wired to think like this. It's called linear causality. He says we crave simple A to B story. It's very human to try and find a single cause.
Then
You eat a
that's
weird
not
fruit,
evolution.
you get sick, and you avoid that fruit forever. It's a great survival heuristic for avoiding poison berries. With Fabuloso, we want to blame the bottle designers, with the Pinto, corporate greed, and with the Audi 5000, the stupid American drivers.
Vehicles
But those
have
who
pleasures
actually
that
have
tell
to
you your
dig
car
through
is
the
too close
wreckage
to something.
don't usually find a single cause. They find a system. The reality is that cause and effect is not a line. It's really more of a web. No single person can be the cause, but we're all victims of the final catastrophe. My friend Rafi calls it the inescapable momentum of the masses. It's the same way the medical world fought against the idea of washing hands. Doctors didn't wash their hands before cutting you open until about 200 years ago. They would spend their mornings elbow deep in dead bodies, then walk upstairs and deliver babies without ever washing their hands. Infant deaths were 3 times lower in the midwife.
Did you see how they were delivering babies there? Did you see how they were delivering babies? This is the way they used to deliver babies. See how she's up, she's on a chair, and the midwife is sitting on the edge of the chair holding the woman below the breasts. The baby got delivered with gravity. This is the way that used to be done, just like that right there. The midwife's behind, holding the mother below the breasts, above the baby bump below the breasts, and then the catcher is catching the baby. Right, and that seems to make the most sense. But floors are dirty in hospitals. He's pretty cool. He's pretty cool. Where am I at? Okay, there we go. The boobs. Sorry, that's crazy. My showroom, money. Showroom bought truck 8s. Hold on, 8s of 240. 2014 F-150 got none of those. My showroom bought truck as 200, but he has none of those. None of those sensors. 2014, nope.
Didn't handle corpses right before sticking a finger into a newborn's mouth. When Dr. Ignaz Semmelweis suggested washing bits of dead bodies off your hands before delivering babies, he was mocked. The momentum of let's just keep doing what we always have is a very common human impulse. Many disasters are just the result of that momentum.
Watching disasters, Ralphie.
Whether it's washing hands is for losers or touch screens are okay to have in cars, logic tends to fly out the window.
And then we're about to watch
after
this.
25 months
right. So think about that. Medical professionals back then thought, why would you wash your hands after? Because remember, the way that they got bodies was typically they stole them, body snatchers. So they had bodies and they wanted to see how the body worked. They didn't have x-rays and stuff back then. So you just cut into dead bodies that got stolen that you paid people to steal. And this was the honesty of the medical industry. Do you think the people that made their millions off of body snatching and stuff like this changed much? It's the same families of people that own the industry. They're wackadoos.
Develop a new car. We all just want to believe that someone else has it handled. We all just want to believe.
All right, then we're gonna watch
so we can go
African handmade cars.
That's why these disasters will never stop happening. We could make this same video again in 10 years with
You would.
entirely new case studies. We design things for an ideal world, not the one we truly live
That's
in.
right.
When we're burnt out, up against deadlines, and prone to taking shortcuts, we're all just building towards the next crash. These videos...
All right, let's see. So let's do this. Let's do,
take hundreds of hours to make. I read thousands of pages of research and reflect on my 15 years of designing.
Dang it. There we go. Most broken cars still driving. I would like a car with the metal bumpers again someday. Yeah. They still have them. They still make them. Very rarely,
Hello,
but they still make
everyone.
them.
Have you ever come across the worst-looking scrapyard car still driving on the road?
What up, Avery? Yeah, doing good, my brother. Doing good. Showing people the beauties of the world. We went through parasites today. I've actually carried a couple of truckloads of medical research cadavers. I was not comfortable. Yeah, I wouldn't be comfortable either. So when I worked at the hospital, I worked at the airport, we would get bodies. And this is Baltimore, BWI. So we would get people that got killed in shootings, and they would fly their bodies back to wherever they were from, Africa or whatever. This one guy that I'm talking about happened was Africa. And so on the casket, which is it's a cardboard box. And so the body's inside of a cardboard box, and then the paperwork is on the front, and it shows you where the entrance and exit holes in the body are. And the guy was missing a toe, and like it's all marked on the little wackadoo. Like it's like an outline of a human, and then they have dots where the bullet hole's 9, and it has it marked out, and it says the pinky toe, pinky, the finger, not the toe, was drawn. There's a line drawn, and then it was X'd out, and it said 9th phalange or 10th phalange missing. Like it's like, wow, it's just so freaking clinical. It's weird, but yeah, but there was a body in that box, and I had to load it onto the belly of a plane on the way to
Well, today we're diving in.
no, Jamaica. Sorry, not Africa. Jamaica. He was going back to Jamaica. Yeah, working. I was about to say loading it on Air Jamaica, not Air Africa.
To some of the most broken down cars still running in Africa. Cars so damaged you wouldn't even pay $1 for them, yet somehow they keep moving. Get ready, because what you're about to see will blow your mind. If you're ready, let's go.
Let's go. But research cadavers, you know, like.
Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the ghost of the road.
Like
Nigerian Bedford. That's been running for more than 80 years. This truck, bought in 1962, still drives today.
You can still get, I believe, Volvo, right? Volvo metal bumpers. I think Volvo still has metal bumpers. Passenger cars with metal bumpers. New, modern. Oops. Oh, I guess not. I could have swore Volvo still had metal bumpers. 2026 Volvo. Okay, I guess not. Nope, they gone. They all wrapped in plastic. I guess that makes that's the cheapest. You ain't gotta. You don't have to finish because it's probably metal behind it. But they're not gonna finish the metal with chrome and polishing and everything when you just wrap a hunk of plastic around it. Oh wow. Okay, Richard, you must have been a sexy number driving that Woody van. Oh, let's show it to you. 1984 Dodge Caravan, simulated wood grain. There it was. There it is. Right there. There she is. Right there. And see, mine wasn't the Grand Caravan. The Grand Caravan had the long back window here. This back window right here was full size. Mine was this one right there with the smaller back window. It wasn't the Grand Caravan. That was it. Yeah, I was. Listen, and it would stall at lights. and it was carbureted, so I had to get out into the hood and take the leg or the arm, handle from a pair of channel locks. I would take the handle and stick it down the carburetor to open the choke flap. Plastic painted metallic. Yeah, I graduated high school in '84. Damn, 94-ish.
Inside, no dashboard, no fancy brakes. Just
No fancy brakes?
continuity. And yet, it keeps swallowing the mind.
No fancy brakes?
Psalm 118, Olúwa ni olùṣọ́ àgùntàn mi, Bedford rèé. This is it. Ó dẹ̀ ṣiṣẹ́ láti di ọdún tí ilé ayé ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ó ti ń lọ. Ẹ dákun. Ọjà ti fírin. Bedford rèé o.
That's crazy.
This car clearly didn't understand the concept of weight distribution. Instead of the rear, everything is stacked in the middle. The drawers are hanging. The body begs for mercy. But the driver just keeps going.
That ain't no seat or anything. Weight distribution. Man, that's a snap frame.
Who would have thought a car in this state could still carry so much load? The body is flattened. The chassis exhausted. Not even doors. And yet, it still works like a beast of burden.
Jeez, he ain't even got a windshield. What up, Capra? Jeez.
Here is a Nissan from another area. Rusty body, dashboard relic, and a mileage claimed to be 37 million.
Still roll. Look at that. The window's still
The
rolled.
original fuel tank is gone. Now it's fed with improvised jerry cans.
No way.
Fuel, right? Look at this. Just look at this. Wow. So this is where we put. This is where the fuel enters.
That's crazy. Yeah, designer cars. Catcher, we have
To
talked
start
about
it,
what part of
low-key,
Maine.
just
She's not.
like-
She doesn't live in Maine. She lives in Wisconsin. Wisconsin.
We use wires instead of key.
What? Maybe I'm wrong.
Look at this. Look at this.
3 petrol tank. Right. Yep. No problem. No problem.
And despite all that, it still ran on, a living testimony of the genius of improvisation.
Datsun, man. Remember Datsun?
Look at that.
I remember seeing Datsun pickups everywhere.
You could compare this vehicle to a ghost worn out by time. Its face is completely disfigured, but it still shows up on the road every single day. When it rains,
Yeah.
don't bother looking for the windshield. The driver takes the rain full in the face, like
Just
a
eating a hunk of
motorcyclist.
bread? Wet bread?
Look at this vehicle. If it could talk, it would beg to finally be put to rest.
Got
Everything
great
is
cheese
rest,
up there.
rust,
Yeah, Datsun,
packed
right.
Together with wire. And even a bucket serves as a fuel tank. Yet
That's the
it
fuel
still
tank?
drives
Hold on.
as if even a bucket serves
That's
as
the fuel tank. That's the fuel tank. Jeep pickups were big for a while. We take great pride in our cheese, plural. Cheeses. Sorry.
fuel tank. Yet it still drives as if nothing were wrong. To get in, forget the door. You climb through the window. And to brake, don't expect a pedal. Here, every stop is an improvised stunt scene. Wealthy
My
action
apologies.
movie.
My apologies. Look at that. What is... That's crazy.
Boss has suffered
Chemistry
so much.
teacher, do you know that protons have mass? Me. I didn't even know they were Catholic. Dun, 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 dun. Matt is alive, has arrived.
That
What
even
up,
the
Matt?
door now travels as a passenger.
I didn't even know. He's got his door laying on him.
This
I
old
could help
record
you, but-
must date back to the early 19. Just by looking at it, you know it's not car of the year.
It's not car
No
of the year.
windshield, no
Worse than
windows.
Fred Flintstone's car.
Air conditioning is 100% natural.
Starts right up. I do miss Bar Harbor root beer horribly. Man. Things I would do to get that again. So the bar that I owned, partially owned in Baltimore, was called Bar Harbor. That was its name. Brother, I do not know, but we obviously have trash here available to us. Because these guys, obviously, these motors, you think they're rebuilding them and rehoning the cylinder walls and everything? No. They just never died. Right, yeah, that's what it was named. The bar was named after.
Yeah, they prove that with 3 wheels, you can still keep going.
Baltimore got the bar, Maine got the harbor. There you go. That's what it was. It had a picture of the main harbor. Look at this guy. He's gonna freaking decapitate himself once that thing finally snaps. He's staring at.
It looks like a futuristic prototype, but in survivor mode. Nothing but the engine, a seat, and a lot of courage to hold on.
It's an actual seat. It's not a car seat. I mean, I guess the car seat's an actual seat. These are what I expect to see with someone that's just disabled vehicles. It does look like it, I would say. I mean, I guess it's not disabled. 3-wheel drive.
Every time it accelerates, it feels like a disintegration alert. And still, this wreck pushes.
It's like a
forward
pig
as if
snorting.
It wants to prove it's immortal.
That's some broken freaking motor mounts. Probably no motor mounts. How do you get a license plate? Oh, that's an American license plate.
Yeah, another impressive case.
Yeah, it's like a snorting pig. Like he met Lightning McQueen and lost.
Off to Madagascar, where one of the oldest trucks still in service can be found. Unbelievable, but true. It drives through some of the most dangerous roads in the world.
Dumping gas into it right now.
Accompanied by 2 mechanics ready to jump
How can
in
you
at
see?
any
How
moment.
can you
And
see?
when the fuel tank breaks, no problem. A simple plastic jerry can keeps the beast moving.
That's crazy. That's so rude. I never went Celtic.
Here's this truck. It gives absolutely everything it has, but moving forward in a real battle. Tire spins desperately
Out the
in mud,
side,
while the rest of the
duh.
carcass seems frozen.
They got a motorcycle in the back, I guess, when it breaks down. Look at that. There's no tread on those tires. But the tires that are
Looks
off
like
the
a
ground have
Roma
tread.
rider refusing to surrender, even when the body says stop. Every meter is a victory. Every step an achievement.
It's so positive.
And despite its state, it keeps pushing forward like a veteran who refuses to retire.
And that's it for today's video.
That's freaking
If
crazy.
you enjoyed this crazy...
That's crazy. All right, let's see. Let's see. Bam, bam. Where'd it go? There's one I wanted to watch. Homemade flying machines. African supercars. All right, let's see.
All right, this week, raspberries.
Bang for
Cover
your
your
buck.
week for less.
Yeah, I mean, when you get
It's an
freaking
Aldi thing.
30 million kilometers out of a...
Gambling law. Career politician Burt Jones.
Today, we are going to discover the incredible invention of a passionate creator who built a 100% homemade motorcycle. Some people took ordinary motorcycle and completely re-engineered them.
He's got a steering wheel on the
with their own
motorcycle.
creative system.
And a
Here
stick
are 10
shift.
incredible motorcycle modified by Africans.
Water powered. Water powered. There
This
you
is
go.
a motorcycle that actually runs on water. And to prove it's not a bluff, the inventor shows the evidence. He
That's the
pulls
gas
out
tank.
a box of matches, takes some liquid from the tank, and tries to light it. The result? Nothing catches fire. It's indeed water, not a drop of gasoline.
I'm just gonna leave that there.
Replacing the handlebar with a steering wheel is no standard, but it allows the rider to keep a functional steering system using salvaged parts. Maneuverability completely changes with this kind of setup.
Yeah, I'd put a big ass gas tank on. It'd be the first thing I do. Like get a freaking 5-gallon tank. Look at this guy. He gets all the chicks.
This type of handlebar is called a nap hanger. It's popular in certain biker cultures and gives a unique style, but it requires boots control, and the arm position changes the riding feel and comfort.
The riding feel. Motorcycle taxi bus.
There is a type of two-wheeler you will only find in certain remote regions of Cameroon, fully customized by local mechanism. These giant motorcycles are true lifeline. They make it possible to cross muddy tracks, bad red road, and make up for the lack of pavement. 5, 6, or even 8 passengers.
Yeah, they're
riding
definitely
behind a
some
single
monkey
driver,
hangers.
plus
Absolutely.
sacks and gold stacks on the luggage rack. The ingenuity of the technicians has allowed them to adapt the chassis and reinforce the structure to carry heavy loads. Thanks to them, farmers in the village around Bafoussam can transport their product, maize, taro, beans, and more, to market, often at cost of long and risky journeys. However, these motorcycles are not without danger.
Don't even
Following
take 10 minutes to
balance
fill in the potholes with more dirt.
Sometimes, reckless driving increases the risk of accidents. But despite this, they remain an essential tool for many families, linking isolated areas to urban centers.
Hold on.
And supporting the local
Is that
economy.
hold on. 630. I have no idea what that is. Pence per liter? Not pence. I got no idea what. Definitely not pence. I don't know what they use in Africa. In that area, it's just different everywhere. 2 motorcycles in one.
In Congo, mechanical creativity
That's
takes
pretty cool
a whole
looking.
new dimension. Here, a local craftsman has designed a 4-wheel motorcycle entirely handmade, built for greater stability and load
Did
capacity.
you say a 4-wheel motorcycle? Isn't that a car? A 4-wheel
With
motorcycle.
the sturdiness of a small quad.
Oh, it's got 2 motors. There you
At
go.
only 16 years old, G, a young inventor from Niger, has pulled off an impressive feat, turning his bicycle into a motorcycle using a generator engine. His motivation, a love for motorcycles, but without the means.
His
to
motivation.
ride one. So,
Is it a love of
creativity
motorcycles or a
and
hate of
something
walking?
built his own motorized vehicle. For
Hey,
him, this
that's
project
cool.
is just the beginning.
At least
He
he's wearing a
already
helmet.
dreams of building other machines and pushing his innovation even further.
That's got some
Fine example
balancing
of
issues.
African ingenuity and determination.
He's got a well.
Born from boundless imagination and real technological
Electric.
prowess, this 1990 P50 motorcycle
Oh, no.
has been completely transformed.
Yeah.
Its gasoline engine has been replaced by a 100% electric propulsion system, combining
Oh, you know what?
comfort
Did
and
you see that?
durability.
That's a converted alternator.
100% electric propulsion system, combining modernity, comfort, and durability. Behind this transformation is Amadou Abore, an electrical engineer. His idea came from a simple observation. Fuel has become rare and expensive, so why not bring old abandoned motors?
I remember the first ultra-modern sidecar motorcycle I saw was a tiling system. Oh, tilting sidecar
more heavy
system.
mechanical maintenance. This motorcycle can carry up to 200 kilograms of load. Travel 60 kilometers for just 200 francs CFA, which is less than $1 worth of electricity, and fully recharged in 4 hours. A partial recharge takes only 30 minutes to 1 hour. This innovation, driven by the company Savane Electricité Moderne, is not only economical but also ecological. No more polluting emissions, no more smoke, and mobility adapts to the reality of Burkina Faso. The initiative has already won over many users, happy to see their old P15
That's pretty cool.
back to the road, but this time in silence and without the smell of gasoline. A fine example of local genius, turning mechanical waste into sustainable opportunities and paving the way.
Oh,
for
and you got you have bicycle a bicycle crank if if your battery dies.
Let's head to Togo to meet
Is that those car
Izia's
tires
brother,
on there?
18 years old, twins passionate about mechanics and design.
Oh,
Their
no.
creations
Yeah, they are
are
car
100%
tires.
made
Yeah, those
with
aren't
a
motorcycle
motorcycle
tires.
named Dodge, which means power in their local language, made from recycled materials and adapted to the
Yeah,
realities
car
of the
tires.
terrain. This all-terrain motorcycle is robust, designed to withstand rough roads, and perform better than some imported models.
Better have good welds.
Asia brothers grew up making their own toys since they could not receive store-bought ones. This resourcefulness turned into a passion for mechanics, leading them to professional training in Lomé. Their goals to one day see their motorcycle used all over Togo and internationally, and to unite
I'll
local
be right back. Hold on one
vendors.
second. One second. Okay, there we go. There we go. Let's see. Big old glass of freaking milk. Milk. Cinnamon graham crackers. It's actually cool with the stress of the neck from the extended forks. Brother, that would drive me nuts. That would drive me so nuts.
Into one association to create a real
Oh, you're talking
police
about on the
automobile
human
industry.
neck? Oh, the extended forks. Okay, you're talking about on the you. So you're talking about the welds on it, or you're talking about the? I can't remember. You're talking about the freaking monkey hangers, or you talking about the that freaking? Okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That shit's rough. Yeah, that would drive me
Their
absolutely
message
crazy.
to the youth: use your mind and available resources to learn, create, and contribute to your country's development.
Look at that! Look,
A
no
fine example of talent,
protection, no
perseverance,
glasses.
and vision.
He's freaking like 6 inches from that weld with his eye. Jeez.
Look at this scene. A simplified frame, freeway, no fancy bodywork, and yet
Wooden
run
wheels.
a
That's so
proud
crazy.
demonstration
I mean,
of
do what you gotta
creativity
do, I guess.
in rural area. Here we see that the handlebar structures and the seat allow the rider to stay in the relaxed position, although he
The
reduces
relaxed
steering
position.
precision.
Gangster.
And here we are at the end of the video. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe for more amazing stories like this. Ciao.
Where was it? I saw one other one. African helicopters. Hoverboards. Disturbing things seen on the road. There we go.
Village duo. Safety forgets no one.
That's
Building
cool.
your own vehicle was the plan. The style is raw, but it works.
Nitro.
Choosing between a motorcycle and a car was impossible, so both were fused together. This is no longer cargo. It's
That's
a moving tower.
crazy.
The road watches without blinking. No roof, no doors, just the essentials to drive. Even the mirror is in manual mode. The driver rides calmly, the passenger never moves. At this level, company is guaranteed to stay silent.
It's fake.
The vehicle
It's
carries
fake.
the load, but it looks like the opposite. The road sees a giant package rolling by. The front looks like the back, and the back looks like the front. The road takes a few seconds to understand. When the wheel gets tired, it's given support. The road approves the idea, more or less. The car is no longer
We'll
whole,
do it
but
after
it
this.
refuses to give up. The essentials are
Because
still
of
rolling,
me.
leaving a free trail behind. The car clearly lost the battle, but it still moves. Determination
still round.
goes
Do
beyond
it.
the bodywork. No one knows how, but the
Yeah.
car decided to climb. Gravity watches the scene in silence.
Maybe it was stuck in reverse.
This
and
is
they
not a
wanted it to
mistake.
go forward.
It's a new edition. The road welcomes Miss You BB.
Missed you, baby.
The brake may have failed, but determination didn't.
Yeah, they are.
The tire gave up, the rim took over. Continuing is expensive, but it still rolls.
And the more you learn about them, the scarier they are.
Small size, big ambitions. This car is ready to squeeze in everywhere. One more moment, and the accident was certain. The road
Not
narrowly
that.
escaped
Not
disaster.
those high voltages. I do a lot of electrical work.
While
but
real cars pass
that's
by,
serious.
a
That's
mini car
blow your arm
decides
off
to
and
join
kill you
too.
quick.
The road welcomes all sizes today.
Before you realize you're dead, you're dead.
Oh my gosh, he's gonna pull him over.
Driving was the goal. Style became the mission. Impossible to go unnoticed with such a palette.
That's how they charge the
engine
birds,
is ready
right,
for the
right.
road.
Inductive
The
charging
rear
through their
already
feet.
dreams of the sky. A car with helicopter ambitions. Fuel is optional today. This motorcycle runs on gas in style. The motorcycle is tall, but the idea makes up for it. Getting on becomes a strategy. Traffic is normal,
That's great. You had,
except for the
training
giant
wheels
chicken
on it.
passing by. The road loves nighttime surprises.
That's cool.
Straps were missing, so
No
arms went to
way.
work. Holding the luggage becomes an official mission. The car is tilted, but someone already
There's a
found the
dog
perfect shade. Even dogs know how to spot good places. It looks like a motorcycle, but it's actually a bicycle. Appearances sometimes fool traffic. The car doesn't carry only passengers. It also carries accessibility. Getting in becomes simple for everyone.
That's cool.
When hunger meets mechanics, this vehicle
Crazy,
appears.
that's something so
a
essential
giant
to our
burger
power.
driving through the
runs
city.
unprotected, exposed.
No engine, just motivated legs.
I mean, it's pretty
the truck
stout.
still moves. The road is long. The solution is simple. The bicycle becomes a full transport vehicle.
Oh, dang it. Spilled milk all over my
No
leg.
big engine is needed to move forward. The small car pulls the entire trip. The steering wheel is there, but the seats are gone. Comfort has left the car. The load sticks out from every side, yet the motorcycle keeps moving. Balance becomes a permanent mission.
It's pretty crazy.
The Hilux wasn't available, so creativity took over. Result, a very handmade version. The idea was brilliant. The assembly much less. The road will wait a little longer.
You have to do a wheelie the whole time. What are you going to do?
Under the bus, a detail attracts all the attention. It seems the
Damn it,
mechanics
I thought you
added
was
a
about to
very
start twerking.
unexpected
Nah, I don't do that,
accessory
brother.
ready to couple.
I don't do much
No
twerking
pedals
these
today,
days.
just hip movement. The bicycle moves in
Frickin'
another way.
B2B.
This is no longer a regular motorcycle.
Rich, what
it's
are
a
you
giant
doing?
version.
You got my
Climbing onto
twerk
it
on?
already feels like a performance. No
We
tractor,
have power
but the
lines
idea
in general.
is
They do a
already
lot
there.
for us, but surely they could
The
be better
motorcycle
doing it.
becomes
yeah,
an
they could be
agricultural machine.
in the ground. Right, I agree. They could be in the ground like they are in a lot of places. Like in my neighborhood, we don't have power lines. They're in the ground. But some cities want to spend less money, so they don't want to dig a bunch of trenches and put in a bunch of conduit, tunneling. They want to just put posts in the ground. Yeah, I agree. I was going to throw some ones at the make it rain over here. Get my twerk on.
The headlight is no longer fixed. It moves with the ride. The night will no longer surprise this motorcycle. The car
That's
is
just
moving,
boredom.
but the style went on an expedition. Even trucks look twice. No need to move everything when you can separate it. The road discovers a puzzle version model. Everything moves normally, except for the most important detail. Logic has left the dashboard.
Road ones at the
Calm on the
screen,
motorcycle.
you frickin'
Gear in
wackadoo.
hand. Then a police vehicle appears around the corner. The bottle disappears faster than the turn signal. Everything was fine until a tire changed its plans. The road welcomes a circular fugitive.
The whole axle's on there.
That's not a gear stick. It's a hammer handle. Shifting gears becomes real construction work. The body went on vacation,
Haven't-
but
don't
the
we
engine
all?
is still working. A rolling survivor in the wild.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. That thing is smashed up. I mean, architecture adapting to nature is my goal someday. Maybe instead of replacing them, just adding them to the efficiency core. Katra, did you see the when we were streaming the other day? Did you see the Earth ship? The guy that makes houses out of old tires filled full of dirt, pounded dirt. You might be interested in you might be interested in looking into that. So they make houses with no heating or air conditioning because the houses are so massive. The thermal mass of the earth they use recycled tires to pack them full of dirt to use the tires as bricks. And because there's so much thermal mass, the intake, you know, like below the earth at like 3 feet below the ground or whatever, is always at like 50 degrees. So they put vents under the ground that suck air in, then cool it before, and there's no fans. It's just the hot air at the top of the house leaves through open windows, and it sucks cool air in from the back through the earth, which cools it down. There's no fans, no nothing. I don't remember if you were here when we were watching it.
It's split in two. The road just witnessed an unreal scene. Some forget their defeats. He displays them. The result rides with him every day. Flat tires are no longer a problem.
Way.
The tires have been replaced with barrels.
That's crazy.
The pedals retired. Control now happens at the tip of the fingers. This isn't a regular vehicle.
That's a
It's a car in heels.
That's
the style
crazy.
rides higher than expected. It's not an official convertible, but the effect is there. The wind is part of the journey. The mountain on the truck was too ambitious. It ended up coming down by itself.
How does a truck
The
just
ignition
flip
doesn't happen
over?
inside anymore. Everything starts at the front.
No. Oh, it's got a motorcycle.
This isn't a car. It's a sneaker with wheels. The style rolls differently. The motorcycle moves straight, but it's already leaning. Looks like it's taking a permanent turn.
Oh,
The passenger is very quiet today. Even strapped in, he keeps the same expression. One tire on the left, the vehicle on the right.
You got
Coordination was not
kidding me.
invited. Looks like he installed a propeller on the roof. At any moment, it could take off. The eyes seem absent, but the motorcycle keeps moving. A scene that intrigues everyone.
No, he's blind.
The
That's
car isn't
crazy.
parked, it's displayed. At this level, even the roof becomes parking space. No doors, no roof, just the bare minimum. The road accepts the raw version. It's not an accessory, it's a sound trail. The road hears everything before it sees it. This isn't a regular car
That's
anymore.
so
It's almost a road roller.
They must
The
get
road
like
wasn't
0
ready for
miles
that.
to the gallon. I
No
swear
need for
some of those
Jurassic
foreign
Park.
trucks have no earthly
It's
cause
already
to the center
cruising
of
the
gravity.
city.
Dude, like that looked like it was full of sticks. How light must that truck be? Or there must be, unless they were carrying something way heavier and then concealing it with the twigs. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it was just what, boom. Like, it don't make any sense.
The car slowed down to stare. The trip seems normal until a head pops out. A discreet but very attentive passenger. Looks like a race car. DIY edition. Formula One took a shortcut.
Yeah, six tires on it.
The steering wheel is straight. The finger is raised. Driving angry becomes a lifestyle. When mechanics fail, imagination speaks. Even a toy can make noise. At the restaurant, no sitting at a table. You settle into a car. Even the meal starts with style. This truck doesn't just carry bags, it carries the sun too. Even the mirrors have to squint. It's no longer a complete car. It's a moving spare part. Yet, he still wears the seatbelt. The tire retired. Wood got promoted. Forest version technology.
That's crazy.
No engine under the hood. Yet the journey continues. Logic left the mechanics.
What?
She lost everything except the will to move forward. Even the air flows freely. Looks like he's playing a match on the asphalt. The road becomes a sports field. The phone gets some fresh air while the car is moving.
way.
A very risky outing.
Damn, that's
This is
got
the
some
end of the
serious
video.
grip.
If you enjoyed it, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Ciao.
Ants in the kitchen.
Ciao. I got the mambo. All right, let's see here.
Think you've seen crazy cars before? Think again. The transformations you're about to see in this video will blow your mind. From homemade cardboard cars to unbelievable designs straight out of some of the
That's
most
so-
creative genius minds. Get ready because you're going to be totally speechless.
Wow.
If you're ready, let's go. When some use a steering wheel, he chose a computer keyboard instead. Arrow keys to steer, spacebar to brake. Welcome to the real-life GTA.
No way.
This is no longer just a car. It's a life-size remote-controlled vehicle. Forget the wheel. A game controller is enough to drive it like a giant toy.
Well, see, it works as long as this antenna's up, but as long as the antenna goes down.
This car swapped
That
its
was a
tires
joke.
for big
He's not
wooden
breaking.
logs, and its windshield
No
for a house
way.
window. An unlikely mix, but it still drives. In this city, you don't see a horse-drawn carriage, but a dinosaur-drawn one. A surreal scene that turns the street into a real Jurassic Park movie. In Jamaica, this handyman literally drives on his couch. Comfort guaranteed. Here, you can hit the road while chilling in your living room. Here's probably the smallest car in Cookie Land. It looks tiny, but the driver still squeezes in, and yes, it actually runs. In Thailand, even roads turn into rivers. This decorated boat drives like a car, carrying monks right through traffic.
That's so crazy. Yeah.
Why get out of bed when you can literally drive it? This inventor turned his bed into a real car, cruising comfortably down the street.
It's a nice bed.
This farmer turned his
You
tractor
gotta
into an
be
improvised
kidding
boat
me.
with inner tubes as floaters. He can now cross the river without getting wet.
It's definitely gonna get wet.
This little car
That
swapped
thing
its
sank.
original wheels for giant tractor tires. The result? It looks like a real monster truck ready to conquer the mud.
Man, that Suzuki motor, I guess it's got the power. Wow.
You don't
I'm
have
surprised it
tires,
didn't
but
shred
lots
those
of
clutches.
imagination. You mount cable reels instead, and surprisingly, the pickup still rolls.
Some people got a lot of time on their
This
hands.
handyman transformed an old car into a
After
Lamborghini
finally
using plain cardboard.
responded
The
to.
result? A homemade supercar that grabs
I
everyone's
just
attention
saw that
in the
movie,
neighborhood.
Bond, James Bond. Remember the hot rod boat in Venice? Yeah, I remember that. Not that one though. Wow. It's got bicycle wheels on it. They're making it look like a Bugatti or a Lamborghini.
Faced with floods, he found the solution. Modify his car with
'Cause I was
huge metal
busy
wheels
playing
to
this.
drive over the water. This
Matching
pickup was turned into a true giant on wheels. With its homemade raised suspension, it looks like it's walking on stilts down the road.
That thing's gonna flip.
When tires are missing, imagination takes over. This car runs with giant cable reels as wheels. And the crazy part, it actually moves. It looks like a mix between an old Wild West carriage and a futuristic machine. With its massive iron wheels, this handmade vehicle turns heads everywhere.
It's
it
amazing
goes.
those little motors got so much power to do. You know, I guess they're the gear ratios enough that I guess it ain't gonna go
This
fast.
customized car rolls with giant golden wheels taller than half the body. It's like a mix between a rolling jewel and a luxury monster truck.
Back in the days, I can't believe this thing is still around. I know it's gone through a couple makeovers and stuff like that, but man, she's still looking good.
They no longer have to choose between eating or moving. With this motorized dining table, they enjoy their meal while driving down the street.
it's a motorcycle, or throw it's a four-wheeler.
He turned a small car into a real mini house on wheels.
You need the dining. Make it happen, Katra. Make it happen. Listen, why can't you make it happen? You know how you could do that easily. You could get one of those little 3 or 4 wheel mobility scooters and build it. You absolutely could. You absolutely could.
Started rolling.
You take where the seat goes on, the post that goes to the seat, and you extend that post up to the height you want, and on the bottom of the table, where the receiver is on the bottom of the seat, you put that on so take the 4 bolts and take the seat off, and you have a flat plate. You can you can actually connect the table to that. You'd have to figure out how to use like the luggage area part to be your actual seat. I'd probably need to register as a vehicle. No, you wouldn't, because it doesn't have the motor size or anything. It's a mobility scooter. That doesn't change just because you add a table to it. No, it needs to have over a certain amount of power or speed to have to be registered. No, it'll be what's called a novelty device. Yeah, no. You would absolutely not. Just it doesn't change the fact that it's got the motor size and everything like that. That's all the same. Yeah, it wouldn't matter. Wouldn't matter. Yeah, you'd be all good. All good.
This custom Beetle is so low, it looks like
that's
it fused
so
with the
crazy.
road, like a submarine car, but on asphalt.
Acid.
A retro style straight out of another era.
If you figured out a way to have a pin in the bottom, or maybe it could just to hold the table part off, you could pull the pin, pull the tabletop off, and then you could just park it. You know, it's small enough to drive into a door. I mean, that's what there's mobility scooters. You could pull it into your house, pull the tabletop off. You know, just so you'd have to like rebuild it and redress it. You know, when you, but yeah, do whatever. Wait 5 years to do it. Make it a plan.
It looks like a cross between a war vehicle and a soapbox car.
There you go. Yeah, someday. Just make it happen someday. It doesn't have to be high on the priority list.
A child at the controls.
Just so if somebody says to you, what are you going to do in your life? You're going to be like, well, I don't know exactly, but one day I'm going to have a drivable table. And they'll be like, what?
No engine here, just ingenuity and a lot of imagination. Helmet, none, and teachers aboard. It's the perfect combo for a blessed and safe trip. No need for a Lamborghini when you have this.
No need for a Lamborghini when you have this.
Under the amazed looks of his friends.
Fred Flintstone's cousin. Fred Flint. Fried Flintstone.
Here is just the engine on 4 wheels. The driver takes his seat,
Fried.
and the whole neighborhood holds its breath to see the beast move forward.
Why would you put your feet out farther in front? What if you bumped into anything?
A smile from ear to ear. His bicycle turned into a homemade motorcycle.
2-liter bottle as the gas. Mario Kart,
and
yeah,
it's
that's
not
like.
just for him. The whole family hops on his motorized tricycle like a true desert taxi.
Hi, my name is Yuri Grace. I was born on November 23rd, 1992.
A real handmade prototype, 2 seats, 4
That's
wheels, and a metal box, enough to turn the road into a racetrack.
No suspension. 0 suspension.
A miniature tractor straight out of an improvised workshop. No field is too tough for this little handmade machine, already proving itself.
Damn. Those little motors, man.
A homemade mini train proudly rolling on its tracks. The driver is focused.
Look, he's got a freaking train track in his
passenger
backyard.
Enjoys the ride.
Wow.
When you don't have a race car but lots of imagination, this giant tricycle zooms downhill like a rocket.
Look
without
at
a
that.
motor.
Look at those freaking handlebars. Look at that. Jeez.
Here's the mini king
That's
of fast
freaking
food.
crazy. They
With his
need to meet the
handmade
truck that was
chassis and
90%
tinkered engine,
suspended. They
he
need to
rolls
meet it.
proudly
Yeah,
like a
right,
real
right,
racer.
right. It's out there somewhere. It's like the truck that's built with all it's just built with leaf springs and freaking shock absorbers. Like it's just shock absorber bolted to shock absorber welded to shock absorber, and big ass leaf springs. Just going vajing.
This go-kart is so low you basically have to lie down to drive it, almost like a rolling bed with an engine.
Barely reached the pedals. The seat is the headrest is soggy.
That is crazy.
Top speed for him here.
Jeez.
Some people go shopping on foot. They go in a giant motorized cart. When the funfair moves straight onto the road,
That's
welcome to
crazy.
India, where anything is possible.
Connect the motor to the wheel, and then just people like if you puke. Blah.
No need for luxury when you've got brute force. This homemade quad pulls more than a brand new 4x4.
Damn, that's pretty. This is a motorcycle engine and
No
transmission.
water tank needed. He turned his bike into a flying irrigation machine.
Look how weak that front fork is. So it's just a front fork, and he just connects other stuff to it.
When you can't afford a car, you build your minivan out of cardboard and recycled plastic.
Still made that Saskatchewan play. It was so hard. Still
Here,
mad
no
that it
ignition
was so
key.
hard to
The
read.
truck starts directly with a generator. DIY level, legendary.
That's crazy. That's a lot of rock in there. What, they collected river rock?
Some put neon under their car. He installed a flamethrower under the hood instead. When you don't have $100,000 for Tesla's Cybertruck, you build your own in the neighborhood. A low-cost version, but 100% stylish. And that's it.
When you don't
If
have
enjoyed this video,
$100,000.
don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more incredible creativity. See you in the next one.
This course is targeted toward individuals who are working on
Oh, I ain't freaking watching.
You
that.
think you've
What
seen
you talking about? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He's so stupid.
Welcome, everyone.
Who's that dumb? Who's that dumb to run a helicopter in a building? Oh, it's Whistling Diesel. Okay.
Starting with the ultimate way to use your money
Okay,
if
that's
you
why, never
have
mind.
too much of it. Don't worry, it's just a dummy in a mini helicopter. No one got hurt.
That should not happen.
Sorry, my dude, an auger cannot be tamed.
Yeah, you're really stopping that anytime soon. Just go in, have a beer, and wait for that thing to run out of gas. Oh.
That looked personal. Thankfully, he's totally fine.
Yeah, except for bringing the ground. What popularity? Buy viewers on that's the opposite of popularity. What do you mean? Buying it ain't popularity? Yeah, buy popularity.
Time for a software update.
Don't touch it. How does that happen? Oh god, I'm afraid to touch it. It
Kick
won't
it.
stop.
Kick it into the grass.
Accurate representation of my brain before coffee.
Gotta get it. Stop. That thing's heavy though. Stop. Dude. What'd you do?
And throw a flip-flop at it. Oh yeah, we're screwed.
We got robot crash outs before GTA 6.
Jeez.
Garage doors are not as simple as you might think.
You're lucky you can burn your house down, idiot. Hopefully you shut the power off. Jeez.
When you see a tire on the road, you usually expect a car to be attached to it.
When you see a tire on the road, you usually expect... You have to pay for each one of them. You better
This
take
parking
one,
ticket
chug it.
issuer glitched out for these people, and well, that looks expensive.
Yeah, I was about to say. Stop pressing the button.
Drone shows can be beautiful, but
Oh.
only if the connection doesn't get lost.
Wow, that's gonna be expensive.
This is exactly what happens when too many people talk to me at the same time. Always get your cars repaired by professionals. Just not these ones.
Can't believe they had it on that bottom pillar.
45 hours.
How long's the battery? 45 hours.
Jen just moved her car.
You should be able to remotely. They're trying not to damage it.
This is what happens when you get off the Segway and throw it off balance.
You figure you'd be able to contact it with your smartphone and be like off.
This New York robot scrambles to keep a pool of red liquid inside a boundary, looking oddly alive, stuck in a never-ending task.
Okay, so I was wrong about right. So originally, oops. So originally, I was told that what this was the red fluid was the hydraulic fluid, and it purposely had a leak, and it had to pull the hydraulic fluid back in, or it wouldn't have the hydraulic pressure. But apparently that was the original idea that they couldn't make work. So they're using an electric robot arm to do that same process. It would have been better if it was a hydraulically controlled arm and it had to pull its blood back in. And if it didn't do that and it runs out of blood, like we would run out of blood, we would die and it would die. So it would have been a much better, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's saying, oh, hey, I got to constantly keep this blood in me. If I let all my blood out, then I die. Yeah, it would have been great. Brother, I think it's a great idea. But Jack, listen, if I'm 100% down with doing anything, absolutely. I'm all about it. And I think we could do it. I mean, I've got the know-how. I've got the electronics, servo know-how. We would need the money for a couple of hydraulic pumps, and I would put an electric motor on there so it could dance too. But I think doing this, but a version 2.0, and use red. This they just use red paint or oil. We could use red, like hydraulic fluid, red hydraulic oil, red hydraulic fluid. Yeah, so you can get regular old red hydraulic oil, and it's just blood red. It's blood red, and it just have a white, and then have that squeegee, and then it would have to have a leak. So we could put a hole in the hose in one of the main hydraulic hoses, so it would be spraying it out, which I think would be better too. Like so they could see the artery that's broken. And then it's leaking. We would know the rate it would leak at, so we'd know how fast it would have to be to bring it in. Then the vat, the tank, the hydraulic tank would be underneath the platform, and it would have the platform would have a funneled area where it has to scrape it back into, right? I think it would be great. Yeah, we could do. I'm saying if people can see the artery and see the artery bleeding, and it can see the artery bleeding, the robot can, and it's got to go make sure that it's like this. Like imagine like you've been shot and you're laying on the ground and your blood is, and you're like no, and you're like sweeping the blood back towards your own body. Like no, don't leave my body, brother. I'm telling you, why not? What up, Senpai? I don't know. Why are you awake? Yeah. I think it would be great. I think that would be great because this was kind of cool, but this one they were just trying to talk about how things work, and that's all they do is they just keep the mud inside the line and over till they die. I think doing it as a metaphor for blood, like it needs to bring its energy back, its life force, the thing that makes the motor that move. This is electronic. I'm telling you, it's a great idea, dude. A great idea. And then what we can do, the way we could do it differently is that we could have people that could control a squeegee from the outside and to see how many people would help it. Like if this machine doesn't get enough hydraulic fluid, and if it's blood, it will die. And how many people will be like, oh, and how many people will be like, I want to help it. I want to help it live. We can see the gauge, like the gauge on the float that you were talking about. As the float gets low, it says at this point, like would be this blood pressure, and it would be like the skull and crossbones. So if it gets real low, it's some sort of human, somebody would need to come in and help it. I think we're what up, Noms? What up, Noms? I think
a rushing competition lost control and only stopped after crashing and short-circuiting.
Jeez.
If you ever bump your car on something, stop immediately.
Jeez.
That's why.
No way. No way.
In Taiwan, a massive container crane collapsed and toppled straight into another crane during loading operations. Thankfully, no one got hurt.
During loading operations. Yeah, it's about to blow up.
This semi erupted in flames after a runaway engine pulled in oil as fuel, causing extreme overheating and fire blowing out.
So on the turbos on diesel, they usually suck air in, but they're behind the bearings on the turbo. There's oil, so that the bearings, the impeller is lubricated because it's spinning faster than all hell. If the seals fail, and then you shut the motor off. When you shut a diesel off, you don't shut the spark off. There's no spark plugs, so you shut the fuel pump off, so it stops pumping fuel to the pistons. So if there's a leaky seal or no seal on the turbos, it sucks oil from the engine oil in as fuel. So they call it runaway diesel, and it just runs itself. It's like wide open. It's more fuel that it can suck in. The faster it goes, the faster the turbo goes, the more fuel it sucks in until it sucks it dry and blows the engine up. Yeah, that's crazy.
Within. Thankfully, the driver's okay.
Yeah, if he was in gear right now, if his vehicle was in gear, even if you shut it off, it ain't shutting the motor off, and it would be like you had it floored the whole time. So yeah, you definitely got to get it before that thing blows up. Let me see. You know what? Let's try to find some of that real quick. Okay, let me know.
Dinners for the week.
I mean, there's
Ribeye
not many.
steaks, drumsticks.
I'm pescatarian now.
I'm pescatarian now.
Atlantic salmon.
Let's see. Jeez, that's loud. Okay, runaway diesel occurs when a diesel motor becomes to run uncontrollably caused by some sort of failure. Fuel will continue to pour into the motor. No way to stop it. The only way to shut off runaway diesel is to block the air supply, which chokes the motor, or the motor destroys itself. Yes, sir. Look at it. Better get it out of gear. Get it out of gear. Look at the engine's glowing red. Look. The engine is That's the engine glowing red, freaking cherry red. Look at that. That's the engine right there. Right there. Glowing cherry red. That's freaking seriously wackadoodle. Seriously no bueno. Yeah, and it's still in gear. That's why it's bucking. This whole truck is bucking like that. You have to try to get that thing into neutral and get out of it, because you're going to see what happens when the engine blows up, I'm guessing. Oops. Oh, okay, I guess it just seized. It's trying to break the window in his front yard.
You got water? What the fuck?
Yeah, that just overheated until the engine melted.
Oh my god.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's Dunzo. Yeah, he's still in gear. He's still in gear. Yeah, now he's out of gear. Jeez. You better get out of there, dude. Same thing. This is fast as that thing will go. Okay, here. So here, this guy's gonna stop one. So there's his turbo. That right there is his turbo. His engine's gonna fail, and so the oil gets sucked out of the engine into this turbo. So the only way to shut it off is to make sure no oxygen gets into so you can't have combustion. So he's gonna put his hand over this. Yeah, that was done too. Okay, let me see here. There was one particular black truck. Yeah, I think this might be one of them. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it.
Alright, so you guys are about to experience something that is just out of this world.
It's a 3,000 horsepower diesel, and they're trying to dyno it. So they're trying to see how much horsepower it actually makes on an actual meter, dynamometer, dynamometer.
The edge in one of the diesel events. I wanted to show you the biggest explosion that's ever happened in the history of the diesel industry. I've been in this industry since 1997, and I've never seen anything.
Watch the guy's hair is on fire when he gets out of the truck.
It's changed tremendously through the years, and it's been,
So now it's
15,
sucking
20
oil.
years or so.
So he's probably trying to shut it off, and it's not shutting off. So now it's catching fire.
Back in the day, it used to be about 100 horsepower, 300 horsepower, 500 horsepower, 1,000 horsepower. It was like...
Oh, never mind. I was looking at the cones in the background. I thought it was fire.
1,000 horsepower. Then times changed. It went to electronics. And now, it literally... everything is controlled electronically, and the guys at Industrial Injection has done an amazing job of producing some serious horsepower. There's a lot of other guys out there.
Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. Never mind.
Freedom Engine, you know, and then you got D&J, Drew Humphreys as well, along with the guys at Firepunk. But I've never seen anything like this. Now, there's been a lot of events through the years, and some of the events, some epic events.
The smoke turns white for a second. It goes black, and then it turns white when the seal fails. Black, and then what? Oh well, for 1 second, and then it's not burning fuel anymore. It's burning oil. That's crazy. That's seriously messed up. Seriously wackadoodle. And these people, these guys, they put so much money into their, these ladies and gentlemen put so much effort and money into trying to get, like, so they've got fans, blower fans in front of the car because the car's not moving. When the car's driving, there's air hitting the radiator, cooling the coolant and the intercooler for the turbo air and oil radiator for the oil cooler. Anyway, so the car's not moving, so they blow a bunch of air into the front. And the car is strapped down. He wants to get those numbers. Shifting gears. He stepped on the wheel. Oh, okay. So the metal wheel in the ground that the tires are touching is spinning opposite the way the tires are, freaking 100 miles an hour. And this dude, you see where the right here where the tires are on this metal wheel right here. That's what the computer's connected to see how much power the car's putting into it. And that dude steps on it while it's still spinning freaking hella fast. Right there. Papa. Dude, freaking. Two twin turbos. You got a turbo right here and a turbo right here. He's got no radiator, no nothing. He just sees the engine. And this blows up too. He got no air on his either. He got no air at all. So loud. Can you imagine doing that all day? Sounds like a freaking helicopter. There it goes. Damn. That's gotta be expensive. That's just an engine on a dynamometer. Jeez, dude. Yeah. That freaking engine's in pieces. Alright, I don't know why I like watching this stuff. Look at this. Look at this freaking guy. Look at this guy. That was a nice Corvette. You just
The
destroyed
lip
it.
said, I don't feel like holding you today. A lift gone wrong on Panama's Cordon Sur, but luckily, nobody was injured in the accident.
No way.
What you're seeing here is liquid iron, heated to blistering temperatures, being carried to the next step where it becomes steel.
I think they wouldn't fill it up that high.
The crane was hoisting a diesel generator when a strap broke and the load dropped straight down.
Jeez.
But thankfully, no one was injured.
Man. Scared the dog crap out of me. I tell you what. Alright, where are we at? Oops. Hey, frickin' fish sticks. What's up, brother? I didn't see that. What's up? Alright.
You think you've seen... What you're about to see shouldn't even be possible. Vehicles that should have been scrapped years ago are still on the road, barely holding together, yet somehow moving forward. From cars running on missing parts to trucks that look like they could collapse at any second.
Hello, are you there?
This is a journey into the most unbelievable machines still in action. If you're ready, let's go. In this specific case, it is an old 4x4 that, at first glance, should no longer even be in service. Its bodywork is completely damaged and patched up, while under the hood, the engine looks like a collection of worn-out parts.
Collection of worn-out parts.
The exhaust system is rudimentary, but the essential thing is there. It has become a true work tool, used to transport all kinds of loads. Despite its condition, it keeps running and reaches its destination. This vehicle is an illegal taxi known as a clando, in very poor overall condition, comparable to an old wreck or scrap car. It is heavily deteriorated and suffers frequent breakdowns throughout the journey. The wheels have serious issues, with loose, missing, or completely absent bolts. posing a risk of detachment while driving. The suspension arm is broken, preventing proper wheel control, and has been repaired in a makeshift manner. The clutch is damaged, the brakes are faulty, and the engine is close to failing. The fuel tank is leaking. Temporarily patched with leaves. The windshield is cracked and held in place with sticks to prevent it from shattering. The vehicle is regularly patched up along the way by an assistant and a mechanic, using temporary and unreliable repairs. It is often overloaded with passengers in very unsafe conditions, some poorly seated and forced to maintain their balance. Despite its critical condition and the high danger it represents, it continues to be used as an essential means of transport on extremely degraded roads. At first glance, this vehicle is in very poor condition. The wheel comes salient categories, now in very poor condition. Despite its advanced wear, it remains in advanced state of true rolling wreck that looks like it belongs in a scrapyard. Yet it tackles extremely chaotic roads, covering barely 58 kilometers in more than 14 hours.
Crazy.
The vehicle is severely damaged, patched up suspension, doors tied with rope, tires tearing apart, faulty bearings.
All right, I'm going to bed. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. All right, let me see. Oh, did I forget it already? Okay, yeah, we did. All right, I love y'all. I'll see you guys and girls tomorrow. My butt's going to bed. All right, love y'all. Yeah. Oh, dang it. I forgot we were supposed to do it after that other video. But yeah, we can do it tomorrow. Yeah, just remind me. Remind me and we'll do it. My apologies. All right, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.